Oh, well. I'm already sitting here, I'm done. Can't be bothered to AFK for 10 minutes. Whatever. Yeah. Whatever. Now, I don't know if the chat works. I hope it does. Actually, let me just do this. I can try to test it myself. That seems to work. I'm using Restream right now. There. So what do we have here? We have a Final Fantasy 14. Hey Mark, how's it going? We're going to be grinding. We're going to grind a lot. Where's my authenticator? Oh shit, wait, there might be a queue! There might be a queue! Didn't think of that. Let's just assume that there is no queue. Continue. Reset Explorer. G-Shade. Did he say something? G-Shade, G-Shade, G-Shade. Select Ipsusu. 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 Gameplay vanilla. Let's just go with that. Yeah. I don't... Are we done? Should I play the story? Should I play the story? Yeah, 33 in Q. That's not very... That's not that bad. Depends on you. Oh. Depends on me. Why you have ears? Because all the other races look like dog shit. I played a human. There are two human races, and I played both. One is muscly, the other one is less muscly. But they both are super awkward. The cat boys are the only ones who have like decent posture and stuff like that. Returner status. Novice network. Hell yeah, we want to join the novice network. No, I need this too. Let's see. I don't think we have one of those. Just color. Yeah. I was just adding a color source. I just want to have the chat secret. It should be this way. It should be like this. And I go there. Right? We're gonna have to do some setting up here. Is it under character config? There. Minimap is kind of... You jump there. You're in gamepad mode? I don't know, it is supposed to look like this. This game is almost impossible to play with a gamepad if you just jump into it with the gamepad. Gear sets, thank you. Well, we need to go and become a Paladin. First things first. Which means we go to Ulda. that's what we're going to be. But the gamepad controls are actually really good in this game, for being an MMO. I'm not sure I like this reshade. The thing with the reshades is that they generally, those add... They add all kinds of things. They change like the depth of the dark areas, and they make the color stronger, etc, etc. But they usually just make everything too much. I just installed it to try it. The Colosseum. Oh yeah, I was gonna raise the volume. Not sure how much though. Maybe something like that. Hello there. Lulutsu? Welcome to the Gladiators Guild, adventurer. Here our members train tirelessly with sword and shield so that their names might one day be written in legend. Huh? Was that a flash of interest in your eyes? If you wish to study swordplay, know that admission to the guild is free of charge. Alright. I had marked you as a man of action. I am pleased to see that I was not wrong. Now, while you may be familiar with the deadly dance of battle, you are new to us and must begin at the beginning. If you would take your place in these hallowed halls, you must be willing and ready to undergo the most rigorous training. You must endure cuts and bruises beyond counting, and like is not far worse. A daunting prospect, I concede, but there is no other way if you mean to take to the blood sands one day. And why wouldn't you? The Colosseum is one of the most celebrated places of public entertainment in all of Ul'dah. Where else could a poor man amass a fortune so vast as to one day allow him to claim a seat in the syndicate? Ah, there's not an Ul'dah alive who isn't inspired by the rise of the self-made man. And there is no truer embodiment of that dream than the gladiator who wins riches and fame with his sword. Jesus, she talks a lot. Throughout its long and storied history, this guild has nurtured countless champions. Our training methods are second to none, and our members ever strive to develop new techniques. If you desire true glory, to fight and triumph amidst the roar of 10,000 voices, then this is where you belong, adventurer. Think of it. Think of your legacy, and if your soul stirs, join us. What will it be? Will you rise above the masses and inscribe your name in legend, or will you resign yourself to mediocrity and die in obscurity? Way of the Gladiator. A decision you shan't regret. One moment. Make way for Cashew Kanabi. Fresh meat coming through. Now then, before your enrollment can be considered complete, you must present yourself to First Sword Mila. Seek her out and obtain her approval. Hello there. Aye, I heard Lulutsu, so you're Cashew Kanabi. It's a good, strong name. On behalf of the Gladiators Guild, allow me to welcome you. I am Mila, Guildmaster here. So you wish to study our arts? I presume you have your reasons for choosing the sword over all other weapons. Perhaps you think it's easier to learn. A sword is a simple weapon, but to wield a blade well is anything but simple. For every Colosseum champion to emerge from our ranks, there have been a countless disappointments who failed to achieve greatness. Bear that in mind before you answer me, Cashew, for I do not ask this question lightly. Have you the strength to live by the sword, and if it be your fate, die by it? Yes. And welcome, gladiator, to your new home. Take this sword. There are many like it, but this one is yours now. Consider it a gift if you like. Now wear it on your hip as I do, and show me you are ready to begin your training. Oh no. What are the odds that I have level 1 gear? Oh, I do. I did have some stuff. We are not naked. Ha! Amazing what a difference a sword can make. Your expression, your posture, you're already brimming with confidence. Let's see if that confidence is warranted, shall we? Just outside the gates of Ul'dah, you'll find plenty of marmots, hornets, and shrews. Slay 3 of each and return here when finished. Oh, and use your sword, Cashew. I'm a gladiator and I aim to train you as well. Now go. Yes, let's go kill marmots. Let's see, how is it that you... There, you can edit it like that. We have to kill marmots. There's a marmot. Come here. Hell yeah. Press that button. We got damage, damage buff. Let's use it. You attain level 3. Oh no, we don't need to kill more marmots. No, we need to kill ladybugs. I don't know if the huge hornets are here at all. No, I think we need to go back in. Oh yeah, we have a chocobo. Yes, of course we are playing the mounted music. I don't like this. Made everything too blue for like no reason. Too many blue quests. Let's see, we are going over there. Big guy in a dress. How is it you do auto run? There. Kill my wrath hornet! We'll do New Game Plus a little bit, I think. Because you can turn it off at any time you want if we decide that it's too much. I'm just a little bit interested in what they changed. They didn't change much though, they just removed a bunch of really shitty storylines. Or quest steps, rather. Where are the shrews? There are the shrews. Come here. Oh, right blade. Now we have 2 attacks. Now we just go back to the Paladin guild. Why do I have a male? Isn't there like a male mogul here somewhere? He's over here. I think. There, I see him. If someone sent me a fish or something, I'm gonna flip. Thank you for playing Final Fantasy XIV. Wind up a Paladin minion and a miniature rendition of someone who is already quite small to begin with. Mefina's earrings. Increase XP earned by 30% when level 80 and below. Ah. I'll take it. No, don't set it too dark. Here's set list. New gladiator. There. Right, this is the starting Mikote stuff. Nah. This one's fine. Those children in bikinis? Oh, those are falafels. Have you never seen a falafel before in your life? Hello there. Hi. Let's see. We generally call them potatoes. He's like the kid from Mick and Ralph in FNV. I have no idea. Oh, Fallout New Vegas? Man, I don't know New Vegas. But yeah. Probably. Welcome back, Cashew. I take it you've dispatched the beasts with ease. With every swing and thrust you gain valuable experience. You must remember and reflect on each one, if you are to recognize and eliminate the deficiencies in your technique. Your training under me shall continue once the haft sits so snugly in your hand that you cannot imagine holding aught else. Until then, Cashew. Upon level 5. We are not quite level 5. In that case, we shall Google FF14 New Game Plus. Where is it? It starts. Wistful Whitebeard in Western Thano. Oh, whatever. Smells like soy? No, that's just you. Let's see, 12. Yeah, it's over. He's over in Horizon. Memories rekindled. Yeah, that's what we want to do. You're right? Oh, I was right. I was just joking, I'm sorry. Ah, I'm stuck. We have to switch to Dark Knight. Otherwise the enemies are gonna kill me. No. They're all passive, never mind. No, that one's not. This lad over here lets you replay the main story. Nah, nothing like staring out at the sea to bring an old man back to his glory days. The good old times when his whole life still lay ahead of him, and the greatest adventures were yet to be. God, don't you know better than to sneak up on your elders like that, young'un? Are you trying to send me to an early grave? Well, not early as such. But don't tell me. Nah, I can see it just from the look of you. You're an adventurer, and an accomplished one at that, yes? Aye, you may not be the graybeard I am, but I reckon you've a memory or two you'd been keen on remembering. Jeremus from Mount Blade? There are people in Mount Blade that you can recognize? So what say you join me for a while, before you return to the road? After all, sometimes reflecting on the past can be just what you need to discover the path you'd forge into the future. Where'd you go? You now have access to the New Game Plus system. New Game Plus allows you to relive the adventures of your past by replaying various previous quests with your current character data. Duty, New Game Plus. A Realm Reborn. Commence. On to Summerford. Oh, I need to go back to Limsa. Makes sense. Then you go over here to the elevator. To the drowning wench. Going to force myself to be white pill next week? That sounds unhealthy. Well, sure, go for it. Still in limbs, are ya, Cashew? Oh, do you fancy a trip outside the city walls? I'd like you to visit an orchard by the name of Summerford Farms. Never heard of the place? The owner, Stalewern, is an old mate of mine. He's got himself a crew of mostly reformed pirate types, if you can believe that, and has been trying to bring a bit of life back to the fields after the calamity ruined the soil. He mentioned needing another hand or two, and your name sprang to mind. I gave you a glowing recommendation, so make sure you work hard and impress the old bastard. You need directions? The place ain't hard to find. Just take the Zephyr Gate out of the city and follow the road northeast. I've only played Bannerlord. And there I went around being a horse farmer. No, I actually played a bit of Viking Conquest, but I gave up because it was fucking awful. Where is he? I want that mask. A PC can't run Bannerlord? Really? Doesn't seem that demanding. Who am I talking to? Bitch! There. You honored his word, so that's a good start. Disable auto. I'm Stalewern, the old bastard as Baderon likely described me, and this here is my humble orchard. A good number of the lads and lasses working here once terrorized the high seas, and if you're wondering why I employ these scrags, well, they used to crew my pirate ship. But the calamity did for our ship, like it did for so many others, and I was sore wounded into the bargain. I had to feed myself and my crew somehow, and Admiral Merlewood's initiative to get us landlocked buccaneers work in the field seemed too fine an offer to refuse. Well, it turns out you can take the pirate away from the sea, but you can't take the sea away from the pirate. A lot of my blokes just never took to tending the soil, you see. What GPU do you even have now? And unfortunately, the botanists called in to train them have been wringing their hands in black despair. With so much work piling up, I need a tougher soul like you to step in and help where it's needed. Reward unobtainable? My XP! We can't level like this. I have a mind to set you a task, Kanavi, but before I do, I need to be sure you're properly kitted out. Pirates don't care to parley with dandies, you understand? It might well be that the ones here have traded in their cutlasses for coulters, but they're still rogues at heart. I know a solid set of gear when I see it. Come back when you think you're more suitably equipped. We need eye level 5 items! There's someone here who sells some shit. Purchased despite being unable to equip. Again, yes. Oh no, I already have these. I never got rid of them. I don't have the shoes. Yeah, we just need to actually level up once. Ah, whatever. Just kill the Mandragora. Oh, he is into history. Level up. There we go. We might need to buy a weapon. I hope not, because we are playing a Paladin. I could have just switched to Dark Knight. Let's have a look at you, shall we? Oh, as long as you're this well covered, I won't feel any guilt throwing you to the sharks. Erstwhile buccaneers are an ornery lot. They rage in love for the sea and care little for the loss of the land. But they respect strength, and by the looks of you, I'd say you'll have a little trouble getting their attention. Do you have any favorite games? Who, me or Mark? Nah, Kanavi. The aura of confidence tells me you've not been idle since last we met. I hope I've read you all right. I hope I've read you aright, for I have a task that requires the attention of a capable adventurer. Might that adventurer be you? Good to hear. Then I shall lay before you the sorry tale. You will have heard rumors of the abductions. Aye, citizens have been disappearing from every corner of Limsa Laminsa, as if plucked from the face of Heidelin, boots and all by an unseen hand. And what's this got to do with Summerford Farms, you might ask? Well, that remains to be seen, but it seems a collection of right unsavory fellows with azure tattooed faces have been creeping up to the edges of the fields and spying on my yeoman. Now, I doubt anyone would enjoy being scrutinized by such savages as at the best of times, but the farmhands are convinced that they're the kidnappers of rumor, come for their hides. Needless to say, they're beside themselves with worry, and their work's suffering for it, which is the very last thing I need when my old crewmen are still getting used to their new jobs. 'Tis a struggle to get them to leave the farmhouse for a moment. 'Tis is, as they say, where you come in. Would you be willing to investigate these tattooed thugs for me? Good lad. The sooner we get to the bottom of this, the sooner this place will start to resemble a working farm again. I suggest you begin by having a look around Seasong Grotto. If reports are to be believed, our unwelcome visitors have occupied the place. Be careful though, Kanabi. I couldn't say for sure what manner of miscreants we're dealing with here. If they are the kidnappers, well, just be on your guard, alright? I hated history, always. I just never liked it. But I never really liked to study in school. They should absolutely have put me on like some reading disability or something. Even though I have no issues reading, I just can't focus. Oh, I can fly here already? Whoa, shit! Oh no! I hate flying! Me and my chocobo companion. Easy, very easy. What? Since when is this a thing?
I am the waves that bear. I am the winds that guide.
Now the chat is missing messages.
I am the evening stars. I am the morning sky. I am born of the sea, and there shall I die. Thus reads the sailor's requiem, carved into yonder stone. Such words well describe the manner in which the citizens of Limsa Lominsa live their lives. It is both a litany against misfortune for those out on the waves, and a prayer that the souls of those who perish on land might find their way back to the sea. Ah, you are the adventurer I've seen around Summerford Farms. I thought myself on the trail of the kidnappers, but it would seem I have missed my mark. Or perhaps not.
Would? Of course, she's a captain.
As I suspected, the etheric disturbance here is no natural occurrence. Nor is it a coincidence that the two of us should come here in search of those responsible for the disappearances, only to be attacked.
Rawr!
But who stands to benefit from the keeping of this secret? Oh, such thoughts must wait. Let us attend to the task at hand, unpleasant though it be.
Time to kill the thing. Now, the thing about playing the story in this game is that every single encounter is completely unlosable, more or less, because it's an MMO. It's not single player isn't designed to be an actual game. Die, you fat fuck! Where the disruption of ether draws others to the fray. Bogies? This game is a lot better than Devil May Cry at targeting the right enemy. More unwelcome guests. Slay them quickly lest we be overwhelmed. You're super tanky though. did.
Phew.
A crystal? Just like in Final Fantasy. Oh, are you hitting something out of stone? It wasn't made out of stone. But the answer is very hard.
Hear, feel, think.
How hard? Very hard.
Crystal bearer.
It has been retired. I have a glass pitcher instead, but it's not
It's
not a very drinkable pitcher.
All made one. A light there once was that shone throughout this realm, yet it hath since grown dim. And as it hath faltered, so hath darkness risen up in its stead, presaging an end to life. For the sake of all, I beseech thee, deliver us from this fate.
Don't really get microplastics in you from drinking from plastic.
Dwelleth in the crystals of light. Journey forth and lay claim to them.
Unless you're like chewing on it.
By thy deeds shall the crystals reveal themselves to thee. Only believe, for the light liveth in thy heart.
Aluminium also has xenoestrogens, bro. I'm not sure about stainless steel.
Go now, my child, and shine thy light on all creation.
Personally, I only pack my food in deer hides.
Awake again, are we?
Cultured conjurer.
Aha! The poor creature's fury was kindled with cruel forethought. See this blade? I found it in the Gubu's back. I have seen knives of this kind before. They are most commonly used for the cutting of rope. It would appear our culprits are seafaring men of some persuasion. Piratical being the most probable.
Dude, we are in Limsala, means everyone's a pirate here.
In any event, you seem much recovered from your sudden affliction. I confess, I was rather taken aback when you collapsed at the very moment of our victory. Mayhap a surfeit of ether? I beg your pardon. A towering crystal. I'm sure I don't... Oh! Well, well. This has been a day of unexpected revelations.
I do not remember the smug chick from Fable. I played that game before you were born, and I haven't played it since.
I must continue my investigation. In the meantime, I suggest you deliver this knife to your patron, along with a warning concerning the pirate's probable involvement in this murky business. The days ahead promise little rest, I fear.
But it's entirely possible that it's the same voice actor.
May our paths cross again, under the light of the crystal.
I recognize voice actors from this game a lot, all over the place. The guy who plays Urianger, who hasn't been introduced yet, is the Dark Elf in Spellforce. Where are we going? Going back to Summerford. Kanabi, right glad am I to see you safely returned. My lads, we're all gabbing about hearing what sounded like all 7 healths breaking loose near the grotto, and I feared I'd sent you to your death. If you were in the middle of that commotion, I hope it yielded something of interest. I'd hate to think you'd risk your life for naught. A blade pulled from the back of a creature you slew at the cave, eh? Aye, I'd agree that such a knife would be part of any seafaring man's kit. I'm starting to think that these ruffians are pirates, come to lure my farmhands back to a life of plunder. Chances are they didn't take kindly to your appearance on their doorstep and set a maddened gooboo on you. Aye, the pirates have been adding to their numbers of late. I'd best warn the lads and lasses in my employ to be on guard against their schemes. Huh? You met someone else at the grotto? Woman with a strange contraption? Ah, Y'shtola. She's been in Limsa for a good while now. Her studies of the ether often bring her out to Summerford, so her presence at the grotto is hardly unusual. She's an odd-looking lass, I grant you, but she's not the kind to associate with kidnappers. You may take my word for that. Where trust should be lacking in those yeomen of mine who have yet to wholly relinquish their pirate pasts, the temptation to return to the free and easy life of a buccaneer may prove too strong to resist. You have my thanks, Kanabi. If it weren't for the efforts of stalwart adventurers like yourself, this farm would be in a far worse state than it is. You keep on lending your talents to those in need, eh? Help bring Limsa to the brighter future she deserves. No XP? That's Sea Sloth 7 and his lot, never around when there's work to be done. I'd sooner hire you for the sake of getting things done, but then the rapscallions would never learn. Round them up and let them know that Stalwern would like a word, and don't take no for an answer. Speak with the slacking yeoman. What? I saw that. that European thing. And I agree. We are not European. Zosai Rarzai. Oh, what are you doing here? Groan. How am I supposed to work on an empty stomach? Go on, have a guess at what I had for breakfast. Breaded sticks. Whoa! Gods, how'd you know? It's my breath, ain't it? It probably smells as wooden as the food tasted. But I know why you're here. Ha. I'd just as soon get some real food in me, but I ain't one to reject a summons from the captain. There he is. Make some breadsticks, bro. Axes were made for splitting skulls, not stumps. You know what I did? You know what I did in my sailing days? Wanton slaughter. You bet your beard I did, lad. Aye, those were the days. I reckon now I'll have to be satisfied taking my axe in the trees. I understand I also want to slaughter everything and everyone. All the time. Understandable feeling. So, Stillwind sent you. And what do you reckon I say to that? Work is for the weak and witless. Damn right! Didn't get where I am by taking guff from any glorified gardeners. But I suppose I could see what he wants to get him off my back. Oh, Severin? Aye, I'm Severin. You the old man, Severin boy now? Tell my dear old captain not to wet his britches. I'll be along. Oh, and just so we're clear, I don't care for landlubbers. Go find the chocobo you rode in on and ride on out. Bro. Right, you need to do that. You need to switch to first-person mode. When you're talking to people, it makes everything a lot cooler. What have we got here? 'Twill take me if it ain't a real live venturer. I could use some help if it's help you're proffering. You see, I'm tasked with tilling the orchard so that the roots of these here trees might breathe better like. But it seems each and every step I take is straight into a damned molehill. I've already gone and larned my left leg and can't afford to lame me right. So I was thinking I could get myself a true venturer to rack the bloody moles one good. What do you say? Hell yeah. Me, I was right. You can always trust a venturer to right the wrongs of this world. But enough of me yapping, now get to whacking. Let's go and whack some moles. Oh, there are too many! Fuck. Just that we need some levels. Oh, AoE! Come here. Come here, I'm gonna AoE the shit out of you. Let's just hope that my chocobo can carry me. This is not currently set to healing. Which might be a problem! see. Chocobo healer stance. There. Now, maybe. He heals a lot better when he's set to healer stance. There's someone else here. We can do the AoE now. Whoa! Okay. Double level up. That's all we need. For a while. Oh, my Chocobo Myers. You continue to impress. All but Severin are accounted for. It's no fault of yours, he squirmed out. I've let that worm wriggle through my fingers more times than I can count. But rest assured, the next time I see him, I'll pull him squarely in the dirt. I'll put him squarely in the dirt, where all such worms belong. Pains me to say, but all the gil in the world can't buy loyalty. There are some like you who can be trusted, but then there are others. Until now, I've had no choice but to rely on that charlatan Severin, even though I am full aware he's been doing shady deals behind my back. More than once I've heard tell of improper trading with goblins. I wouldn't be the least surprised if that were happening right now. Not a bell ago, a sack of oranges vanished, as did Severin. I want you to find and confront the bastard for me, Kanavi. I'm sure there's wrongdoing afoot, so be sure to doubt anything that comes out of his mouth. LARP is a greedy landlord? I don't remember anything about people. This was so late? Oh, is there chat lag? Or something? We can fly. But again, I hate flying. Yeah, there's some weird lag going on right now. Hey there, Severin. Bloody hells, I'm up the strait without a paddle. Slash doubt. What's this now? Stalewind sent you for the oranges. Ah, so the old bugger had known all this time. What does it matter anyway? Listen, you're one of those goody-goody adventurer types, right? Go rescue me mate from those double-dealing goblins. They're just over yonder by the bonfire. Over yonder? Oh, bombs! So's Rarst. Dude, it's like half his operation around here. Selling his stuff behind his back. If you hadn't come, my dodo would have been cooked. Cooked dodo. Severin sent ya? The way he flew out of here. I was sure he'd sold us down the river. I owe you one. Would have gotten away myself, not for Severin shoving me aside. You saved me, mates, and for that, I owe you. Suppose I should be ashamed I couldn't clean up my own mess. But a pirate knows no shame. I've no qualms about going back on my word. I've only given you this sack because I like the cut of your jib. Take it to Oseen and send him my regards. Oh. Need to actually pick up the oranges. What have we here? A delivery from Summerford Farms. And as scheduled? Ha! There's the first time for everything. Well, look at that. Not a single one missing either. About the only things not here are those bagmen. I don't miss them one bit. Here's Stalewern's payment in full. With you, I can trust it'll reach him. No. Teleport. Back in one piece. That's a relief. How did you fare, Kanal? Ah, this is what I was aiming for. Looks to be all I was owed, alright. Though I'd be telling you false if I claimed I had not held out more hope for Severin. I was even willing to overlook the skimming off the top, but to sell us short in favor of those gods-forsaken goblins. Ah. You do well to mind yourself around that two-guild cheat. If he'd leave his own mates for dead, there's no telling what he'd do to you. Hello, Grindan. Blast! At this rate, the crops will never be ready for harvest. If only we had Blacklow. Just a bit could send our stocks soaring. I'll bet Rotwida knows where you might find some. Perhaps you might pay her a visit in the orchard. Maybe. I wonder if I could have skipped this. Like the first quests before you get to at least level 15 are kind of standard. That Gurkhant's got a head of cabbage if he thinks I'm fetching him any Blacklow. But if you dare to pinch some from the cookpot, then be my guest. Just mind you don't get trampled upon by the orcs that dwell. Once you've 3 bushels worth, take the Blacklow to Frewall at Tiller's Rest. He'll know what to do. Give me a bushel. Oh, lad, you don't want to fight me. No, he wants to fight me. Ah, even the weeds wither and die in this desolate dirt. bit of this black loam ought to change all that. I haven't seen any in ages. Gathering black loam's not for the weak of will, nor the weak of stomach, eh? Ha 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 ha! Oh, don't tell me Gurkant and Rotweeder neglected to mention where black loam comes from. Well, surely you figured it out on your own from the cloying stench. It comes from the Oryx's lair, of all places. Well, why dwell on whom misled whom about what? What matters is what your efforts have brought us, that your efforts have brought us the black loam, and we can expect a bountiful harvest as a result. Thank you. Rumi has been drinking sparkling water, and now I see one of my moods drinking it. I don't get the appeal. It's water, but it's bubbly. It's not bad. Not good either. Confounded pirates. They know nothing of tilling, only killing. Stealing our shovels to melt and forge into axes of all things. They're biting the hands that feed them. The mangy mongrels. I'd love to teach those curs a lesson in obedience myself if I hadn't sworn Sailwind that I wouldn't fight no more. So I need you to bring back our farm tools and make sure those dogs reap what they've sown. Bring back our shovels! You sons of bitches! Whoa, shit. We only have a level 1 sword still. We should go to do the level 5 gladiator quest. We have everything. I wonder what those sea dogs will try and steal when there's no harvest. Ah, good to see the tools back and in serviceable condition, which will be more than we can say of Severin when we get our hands on them. The wretch likely had a role in the theft. Spied him meeting the pirates in secret, I did. I couldn't care less if the wastrel won't work, but when he consorts with cut purses that take our tools away, he's crossed the line. Still, we're not to know what sort of scalawag he's dealing with. Take word to him, would ya? Let's go to Ulda and do the next quest. Gladiator skill. No, it's just right in there. And then down there. Oh, it's because we're on New Game Plus. Have to suspend it? Ah, Cashew, I take it you and your sword have become better acquainted. Then I will instruct you on another fundamental aspect of what it means to be a gladiator, commanding an opponent's attention. As gladiators, we are trained to engage enemies at close range, weathering their attacks as we deliver our own. However, there are times when we must do battle alongside allies whose talents are not the same as our own. In such a situation, your role is not to slay the enemy in front of you, but rather to defend the man beside you. We do this by eliciting the enmity of our opponents through attacks and techniques designed to incite their hatred. You must learn to draw the enemy's attention to yourself and to trust in your stout constitution to endure. In so doing, you protect your weaker comrades who would otherwise perish. To help you better understand this, there is a task I would have you perform. It just so happens that Momodi of the Quicksand has requested our assistance. A gang of Lominsan marauders has paraded into town and begun harassing people outside her establishment. Men like these prey on the weak, but will turn pale and flee at the first sign of defiance. You need not resort to violence. It will suffice to show them that you are not afraid of them, and will not tolerate their behavior. Seek out the Lominsans and make your presence known by bellowing, "Face me, marauder!" In this way, you will protect the people of Ul'dah as you would your allies in battle. They like these say quests. You have to say things. Where are we going? It's out front. Hello, Axeman. What the hell is that on your head, dude? That's the onion hat. Onion knight hat. Ill-mannered marauder. That's me! You motion to yourself. You know your friend here is a 12-damn cheat. Thinks he can charge us more because we're foreigners. But he'll get his own back, mark me words. Bugger off! Can't you see I'm having a civilized conversation with this poxy horse? What? You're blaming me because this little shat is... What? You blaming me because this little shite shat his own pants? Well, bugger him. And bugger you too. That's right, dude. You got a lot of nerve thinking you can talk to me like that. Oi, come on now, you was disrespecting me proud sea wolf heritage. Spit. Fine, I'll leave the bastard be, but we ain't finished. Just turn around and walk away, adventurer. Are you deaf? Get lost. The hell's is your problem? Maybe it's your lights are men rough. What are you supposed to be, your belated manservant? Ah, it don't matter. You've gone and spoiled the mood. What if she actually did want to be harassed? Just who the else do you think you're speaking to, maggot? I'm Farmer, the Driven, and me and my bloody marauders have been reaving so long, mothers scare their children with tales about us. Don't believe me words? Then now let me axe do the talking. Oh, this is lively, even for the quicksand. You two going to put on a show for us? I don't remember this guy at all. What's this? Another goddamn fool. Show some respect when you talk to Farmer the Driven, leader of a troop of bloody mummers or some such. I heard you the first time. Your voice carries quite well. Then unless you want me to split your skull with me axe, you better. That sword? It couldn't be. Frenzy? But only the sword of Nald would... Bloody hells, it's you! You know, I've never been one to stand back and watch. Mind if I join the fun? Begging your pardon, sir. Why do they always do that? Ah, looks like it's just you and me. Standing up to that Lominson was quite brave of you. And quite foolish. Bro, I am from Limsa. I think I like you, Gladiator. Name's Aldous. I'd buy you a drink, but I'm afraid I just spent the last of my coin. I used to be a young gladiator like you. Back then but that hardly concerns you. These days I'm just an explorer of the unexplored, a seeker of as yet unknown experiences. Like that beautiful stranger keeping my bed warm right now. Gods, I've missed this city. This wonderful desert jewel of debauchery and sin. Now, if you'll excuse me. Some lad. What is this? I swear, if I hadn't seen all this with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it was him. Everyone here thought he died years ago. Listen, Cashew, do me a favor and don't tell Milla about meeting all this, alright? She doesn't need this sort of drama. Why? Well, let's just say some folk ain't good for one another. Okay. Hey. I've already heard of your exploits at the quicksand, Cashew. You did well to send those marauders packing. I wish I could say we've heard the last of them. Alas, we've received reports of axe-wielding raiders assaulting merchants traveling through Scorpion Crossing. It seems words will not suffice after all. I want you to finish what you've begun, Cashew. Head to Western Thunderland and see the farmer of the Driven and all those who have shared in his crimes. Never trouble the people of Ul'dah again. Me? Alone? Are you insane? Confront Ruby Weapon. I don't want to confront Ruby Weapon. But I do want to get rid of... some of these quests. Yeah, let's hide these. I don't really want to see them. Okay, that was... Right. So we go... Gate of the Sultana. Cactuars? Butthole eyes? Light was right, they do have butthole eyes. That little icon above their head means that they are on my hunting log, which is this game's equivalent to Just random grind quests. Haberdasher. They tore me from my saddle and took everything I own. Bring my goods back to me, I beg of you. Hammerbeak. Murderous marauder. Inventory is full. Oh no. I wonder how much XP we get when our rest bonus is gone. Hello, light. Yeah, nah. Didn't feel like doing anything else. Mark is pooping apparently. Congratulations. Happy for you. Cactuars do have butthole eyes. They tore me from my saddle and took everything I own. 12 bless you, adventurer. If it weren't for good men like you, I'd never leave home. You're welcome. Walking is for pussies. What are you wearing, bro? Gladiators Guild? He runs the World Economic Forum? Is that what they wear? Hey. What are you doing? Give me a sword! Good. It is finished. And with that, this stage of your training is complete. This time your enemies were ill-behaved ruffians, but who knows what manner of opponents you will face in the future. Regardless, I have faith that you will do well. Master your sword and you shall master yourself. Now then, there will be work for you in the days to come. Return to your training, Cashew. We will speak again. Oh, my inventory is full. Gotta swap my winter tires on? That's not that bad. Come on. Old and sorrowful. I mean, I can't really complain because my dad did it, so I didn't have to do it. Let's see, old materia, that is Trash. Bye-bye. Even 7. Trash. I don't know what the highest is. It's actually kind of pointless to save them right now. I wonder if we can sell them. This car has low ride height, so getting my jack under is a pain in the ass. Yeah, that sounds like a pain. It's kind of annoying to do it on a normal car, dude. Good, it is finished. And with that, this stage of your training is complete. Yeah, we already heard that. Give me the money. The inventory is weird disconnected grids and the items are tiny icons that all look alike. Yeah. But that's kind of standard MMO. You don't want to do like a Diablo system. You get used to it. The inventory in this game is kind of pointless as well. This, however, managing your armory chest, that's a pain in the ass. It should be larger and more readable. You can make them larger if you make the entire UI larger. It just gets blurry? Maybe. But now we are back on Report to Stalewind, which is Summerford Farms. I do play with a controller. It's great. No, Final Fantasy XI is completely unplayable. I just like using a controller when I can, because carpal tunnel syndrome. Oh, he said something, but I'll be damned if Severin thinks he can take us for fools. His treachery won't go unpunished. Let's recheck what he said. Pirates making off with our tools? Frewell did well not to take matters into his own hands. Last thing I need is blood on my cross. I've come to expect a great deal from you, lad, and you've never once let me down. Yet what I'd ask of you now goes beyond aught I've asked before. Would you hear my plea all the same? It eases my mind to have your ear. You're no doubt familiar with that scoundrel Severin by now. Well, the scheming scapegrace is at it again. Since that letter came for him, he's been skulking about in that manner he only does when he's up to no good. Now he's rounded up his rogues and buggered off, with nary a word to anyone. I've grown accustomed to his insolence, but something tells me this is different. It ain't exactly damning, but when last I had words with him, he didn't look defiant so much as hunted. I can't help thinking he's gone looking for trouble and found more than he wanted. So I was hoping you might hunt his sorry hide down and drag it back here before it's too late. The ungrateful little cur bites me every chance he gets, but I can't quite bring myself to cut him loose. I suppose he reminds me a bit of my younger self. Suffice it to say, I'd rather he didn't come to a sticky end. As for how I'd find him, I'd try asking Grindan at the Aetheryte. She was the last one to see him. I dare say she'll be able to tell you where he was headed. It has been processing for over a day now. Yeah. I would imagine so. They'll probably finish it at some point. Whoa! Nothing that passes through those gates escapes my notice. I saw the Rouser and his rabble set out for Woad Whisper Canyon not long ago, singing about drinking themselves stupider. Cheeky sod said I should join them. I told them I'd rather shrivel up than sip whatever it was that had pickled their brains. If you find the idle swine, be sure to give them a cuff round the ear from me, will you? Hello, Martin. Let's see what you like about this game so much. You won't see it because we're doing the story. Around level 20, I think, you get to Ifrit. That's like the first cool encounter. More flat. What am I defending? Crates of oranges over there. From these warframes. Yes. Whispering Sands. The best way to get to Whispering Sands, if you go there the hard way, by going to Horizon and then running, it sucks donkey dick. But you can go to Limsa Luminsa and go to the Arcanist Guild and take a boat, and then you're there instantly. Much less annoying that way. Trust me, I have done the same thing as you. It was like my third playthrough of the story when I noticed, like, wait, what the fuck is this? Caved and gave my pally a staff of teleport? What do you mean you caved? It's like you. It sounds like you have like 40 staffs of teleports lying around. Maybe you do. Of all the dirty, deceitful, downright dastardly deeds that slippery bastard's done. Claiming to take the lads out for a drink, only to lead us straight into a bloody trap. It don't get no lower than that. Of course, I've learned to stay a step ahead of old Severin, so I was ready, but the others weren't so lucky. You got to go help. You could just charge. Charge success? Yes, it does. Just like the entire Paladin class. My axe may as well have been a white flag for all the good it did. Hope you fare better, or the sorry bastards in there are done for. You can't skip walls, that is true. So Zyrar's. Severin might have got us into this mess, but I ain't about to let him give his life for us. I'd sooner bow to a fishback than be in that conniving bastard's debt. To arms! Gotta do tires? Godspeed, dude. You're below the recommended level. Who gives a shit? A true knave. You betray even yourself, Severin. Ah! We were prepared to overlook the matter of your desertion on the condition that you provided us with suitable replacements. That was the agreement. Yet your latest change of heart leaves your debt to us unpaid. You are there who betrayed the Serpent Reavers twice. You will not do so a third time. Cowering behind your protector will only delay the inevitable. Honorless wretch, your life is all you have left. And worthless though it may be, we shall take it. O mournful voice of creation, send unto me a creature of the abyss, my thrall to command, that I may smite my enemies. Oh no! Should be stone lad. No, he's made out of stone, Mark. Bonk. You are strong, but are you strong enough to withstand this? 2. 1. 2. 1. 2. We have a lot of buttons. It's very intense. Clean cracker. Impossible. Never has the golem been so sorely tested. Never. He's never been so sorely tested as against a level 8 gladiator. That the golem could be vanquished. That man is no ordinary adventurer. That's right, I'm a player character, bro. Huh, the snake slithered away. I'm only glad that he did not have the chance to sink his fangs more deeply into you. Oh no. Oh fuck, I hate the echoes so bad. Those pirates do not belong to any of the known Luminson factions. Whom do they serve? The Beast tribes? Surely not. But the timing of their appearance coincides all too neatly with the recent surge in Sahagin and Kobold activity. Something is afoot. The question is, what? Could it be that the tribes are planning to summon their primals? 12 help us if it should prove so. Limsa would be hard-pressed to keep a single primal at bay, let alone 2. But all is yet speculation. I must needs find evidence. The seas continue to rise, while the lesser moon continues to fall. And ilm by ilm, the world becomes ever more unlike itself. It is as Louisoix foretold. The coming of chaos has rendered the laws of nature mutable, blurring the boundary between the material and ethereal planes. Little now stands between us and the primals. But they are not here yet. Though time be against us, hope shall ever be on our side. Never did the creed of Charlayan ring more true. If you go to prison and you don't have any money, what happens to your house? Bank takes it? Never did I dream that I would possess the means to see ether. Yet now that I do, I begin to take it for granted. How swiftly do the wonders of Charlayan seem commonplace. Here, for you. Have you come for the festivities? Today the Maelstrom officially makes that great hole in the sea its training ground. Join in the celebration. Wait, a disturbance in the etheric flow. But whence does it emanate? Sea Song Grotto, perhaps? What have we here? Can you walk? "'Tis I. Regrettably, no, he eluded me. Understood. I will inform the Commodore." It's weird. "You collapsed from your exertions. Are you suitably recovered?" "Severin here has appraised me of all that transpired. His account sheds some light upon how you came to be attacked by a golem of all things. A golem is a mindless automaton, inert save when commanded to be otherwise. Common pirates could not hope to control such a thing, so arcane are its workings. But then these tattooed wretches are no common pirates. They are the minions of the Sahagin. As to their purpose, well, I shall get to the bottom of it. But first I must escort Severin back to his place of employment. I dare say Stalwern will be wondering what has become of him. And you too, for that matter. I will bear word to him of your preservation, but I am certain he would like to thank you in person. Pray, pay the man a visit." "As he told me of you, but perchance he will not tell you of me. My name is Yashtol. I am a naturalist of sorts, surveying the ether in the hope that it might offer up some clues as to our predicament. I'd say I owed you my life, but that don't cover. If it weren't for you, my friends would be dead and all. 'Tis a debt I can never repay, but I'll not make things worse by running away. Take me to Summerford Farms, and I'll face the consequences." "For reasons I cannot fathom, you seem... forgive me. Mayhap we shall have a chance to speak again when I have marshaled my thoughts. Until our paths next cross, farewell." We almost have to level more. We can't do any dungeons until level 15. So you have to just do the fates. Lo, I knew you'd return. Y'shtola delivered Severin a bit ago. Tales of your heroic deeds precede you. The rest came shuffling back too, the lot of them sporting the same haunted expression. It's me who's to blame for that. That and the rest. I was once a serpent reaver. A thrall to the Sahagin? 7 hells. Reavers may look and sound and act like pirates, but they're not but the fishback's flunkies. Us pirates ain't much for laws, but there's things we won't do. We've got a code, see, but the Reavers never followed a word of it. A few years back they started snatching law-abiding Laminsans. I'd only just taken my oath when our captain bent the knee to his new Sahagin masters. I knew I had to get away. So I crept off one night, got myself a new name, and found myself a new home. Summerford Farms. Trouble is, secrets don't stay a secret for long round here, and words soon spread. All the way back to the sea. The penalty for desertion is death, but the Reavers offered me a way out. Instead, my freedom in exchange for my mates. The letter. I don't know what I was thinking. Snort! I wasn't bloody thinking. Too busy soiling myself. Aye, but you got there in the end, didn't you? When the time came, you made the right decision. The men say little to me, but I hear them talk of how you stood up to the Reavers at the last. Of how you tried to give your life to save theirs. Be that as it may, no deed, however good, can atone for the crime of betraying your brethren. I know that, I do. That's why I'm going to hand myself over to the Yellow Jackets. I'll bring shame to the farm no more. You'll hear no arguments from me. Each man must sail according to his own moral compass. I just hope yours guides you back here someday. There will always be a place here for you at Summerford Farms, lad. And I'll always be in your debt, Staleward. I owe you a debt too, Cashew. Not once have you let me down. Thank you for saving the men of my farm. If I could ask one more favor of you, it'd be this. Tell Baedron what happened, from start to finish. I'm certain he'd put in a good word for Severin if he knew the whole story. And he's one of the few people I know who the Yellow Jackets will listen to. Well, I reckon I've asked all I can possibly ask of you. Safe travels, son. No, it disappeared. What? I need to do at least one fate here. I swear, each batch of recruits the Barracuda sent me is worse than the last. I've already had to send 3 home because they wouldn't stop crying. If only I had more men like you, ones with sharp blades and the wits to match. I know. How about you show these yellow-bellied greenbacks how a true warrior fights? I'll make it worth your while. Haha, you hear that, Scrags? Prepare to have your arses handed to you on a silver-bleeding platter. I'll follow you. Oh, hello. Just killing all of his recruits for training. Alright. Back we go. Lift the drowning winch. Bloody hells. Life on the farm ain't quite how I pictured it. Ah, but you needn't worry yourself over young Severn. The Yellow Jackets as hands out the punishments is a good mate of mine. If I ask him nice, I reckon he'd be willing to commute the lad's sentence from hanging to keel hauling. Kindly gent that he is. Well, I'm only jesting with you. I'll see he's treated fair. Now, it sounds to me like you've done everything old Tailwind asked of you and more, justifying me generous finder's fee in the process. Well, much obliged, lad. Much obliged, lad. As for your reward, well, she's a lonely lady, this drowning wench of mine. How'd you fancy keeping her company for a spell, with free room and board? Venturing's a trying business, after all. Them as don't rest their bones every now and then, and again tend to end up with broken ones. And take it from me, fighting ain't nearly so much fun when you're nursing a shattered arm. Got that? Good. There'll always be a free bed for you, so make use of it. Not that you'll have much time for lying around. What with all the levs you'll be doing. Oh, I didn't mention, I'm putting your name down for levs. Our guild draws all manner of clients, offering all manner of odd jobs. Honestly, you'd be amazed how much folk will pay to avoid doing an honest day's labor. Just give old Timockery a shot whenever you feel like making a few extra gil. She'll always have some task or other for you to do. Guild levs now available. Oh, and it's all above board, cause you're wondering. We're careful to stay on the Admiral's right side in here. Unlike some pirates I could mention, I tell you, if it turns out they had aught to do with them kidnappings, there'll be 7 hells to pay. A proper blatant reckoning. Perhaps that's what Slimson needs, though. On rough seas, sometimes you have to rock the boat to right it. But we'll have time for such talk when you're well and rested. Till then, enjoy the wench's hospitality. We can do recommendations. It's so cool. How do you fare, Cashew? Rested and ready to expand your horizons? Well then, I have an idea of where you might try at it next. Have you heard of the Skylift out in Middle Nausea? If you've ever visited Wold Whisper Canyon, then you must have been up and down the thing at least once. It's that bleeding scaffolding attached to the descent. You've likely seen the lads and lasses out there using it to haul cargo up the cliff face. Hard labor, that, and I hear you could use an enterprising soul to pick up the odd jobs that no other bugger has time to deal with. Track down the head of the operation, bloke by the name of Workrit, and he'll be sure to put you to work on a task or two. Let's see, logs, hunting log. Yeah, let's go finish that. That's in northern, no? Central Thunder. I don't know if these are the right ants. But there's a fate here apparently. What we can do. No, target the ant. Giant antling sentries are on the march, most likely in search of Lalafalloon children to snatch up and take back to their queen. Slay the Vilekin before they catch the sentry of a plump, innocent morsel. There's no such thing as an innocent Lalafell. Last one? Yep. Oh, there? Oh, I need to go and find some dudes down here. I thought there was a button to jump off, but maybe not. $13. There's a boss here. As its colorful moniker suggests, notorious kicker and bandit Babaroon Halfshot prefers his prey firm on the outside and runny on the inside. Something to keep in mind when he has you in an iron cookpot, boiling over an open flame. That'll get cracking before he grows hungry. can get to him. He's like... There, no? Oh, we got the stun. Bonk. I want the shield throw. Yes, join me, Samurai Man. What's your chocobo, bro? Yes, another chunk of XP. Next place should be down here. I've done this so many times, I know where all the monsters are. Thought that bird thingy was from Digimon? What? I don't think so. What else are we missing? Earth Sprite, Antling Soldier, Dusty Mongrel. Oh, they're both? The clutch. We didn't finish killing the ants. But the clutch is over there. There. 3 enemies equals AoE. No, my Shokuba despawned! There, level up. No? Alright. Not sure what we're looking for here. But it might just be down here. The walls. Something like that. Yeah, there. Dusty mongrels. There. Then we go back to Uldar. Every 5 levels you have a class quest. And then you have to turn off New Game Plus for some reason. Really weird implementation. You look well, Kashu. I hope you're ready for your next task, because I require your immediate assistance. There have been several violent murders recently, the victims of which were all Huron men. Based on the multiple spear wounds found on the bodies of the deceased, we believe that Lancers are responsible for the crimes. Not only are these murders a blight upon our city, I fear it is only a matter of time before one of our own is targeted. I have just received reports of foreign Lancers skulking about in Stone's Throw. Considering the circumstances, I find it likely that these are our culprits. We cannot abide any more murders. Go into Stone's Throw outside the gates of Nod and speak with any you find in the area. With luck, we may find these Lancers before they strike again. Oh, the heck is Nod? Gate of Nod. What does Siren Will do? Does it only increase... Yeah, only increases enmity generation, that's all. It used to increase your defense as well. Or reduce damage taken. Don't kill me, please. I'm not the one you want. Thank you, thank you. They appeared out of nowhere and asked me if I was always at Spear Point. I said no, but they attacked me anyway. What did I do to deserve this? Back already? Gladiator's Guild. So, they were indeed the murderers we sought. But what brought Duskwhite freelancers all the way from the Black Shroud? And why were they murdering Huron men with the swords? First sword! What is it? Lancer's first sword. A gang of them hiding in the tunnels south of Blackbrush Station. It seems we're not rid of them yet. Cashew, you might as well finish what you started. Go to Central Thunderland and dispatch the last of these freelancers. Bruce, accompany Cashew. See that he doesn't die. Well, I can't keep the bloke from getting skewered, but I'll patch him up best I can. Cashew, defend Bruce. He knows powerful healing magics, but he cannot employ them unless you keep all your enemies occupied. Make sure you command their full attention at all times. Aye, I'm counting on you to keep those bastards away from me. Watch me back and I'll watch yours. You have your orders, gladiators. Send those freelancers to the seventh gate. Wherever that is. We are going there. That's where you go. Bruce the Big. Alright, Bruce the Big. Watch my back. No, Bruce. Stay back. Okay, now we just stay with them forever. Heal me, Bruce the Big! You're not supposed to let people fall low. Get these bastards off me! If I die, you die. Ha! Bastards are actually making me break a sweat. Oh, looks like someone is pissed in his peas porridge. Upskirt. Looks like we're done here. Let's head home, Cashew. I could use a drink. I could also use a drink. Gladiator skill. Congratulations on a job well done, Cash. Bruce says you acquitted yourself well. I must say you have shown tremendous growth since you joined us. I wanted to ask you, Bruce believes the freelancers were after a bounty. What's your opinion on this, Cashew? They were tracking a man named Aldous. Aldous? Are you certain that is the name you heard? He's alive. But how? I don't know. Let's get an armor. Oh, new gear. Sick. A new game plus. Go to Skylift. I've got a million gil. I think we can teleport without worrying so much about anything. This one is way too close to failing. This one, though, we can do. Pregnant crabs, and we have to kill them because they're pregnant. Spawning a Mega Crab will do whatever it takes to see its brood safe, and that includes slicing in half Valafelian fishers who draw too close to the Wavekin's unhatched offspring. Slay a crab, save a lad. They're too big. This guy ruined it. There. Padron sent you out here, did he? Then consider yourself welcome at the skylift. Look at that bloody cliff, will ya? One blast of fiery hell from that huge dragon was all it took to split the ground in half. Cargo still needs to get through, though, so this mess of wooden pulleys was our solution to the problem. Well, one of them at least. If the gods were kind, and they ain't, I'd have about a dozen more workers to handle me growing list of headaches. Glad I am to see you again, lad. A wagon driver just returned in a great bloody hurry, screaming about some monstrosity what sprang out from a millicorn seedling in his cargo. Seems the gutless bastard tossed it over the side afore turning tail and running for his life. I need you to head down the road, recover that seedling, and deliver it to Lyolf over at Swift Perch in western Lenosia. Whatever he pays you for the cargo is yours to keep. After all, I don't rightly know what else is lurking inside that plant, and you deserve to be rewarded for your troubles. Oh, and you'll also find an etherite in Swift Perch, so the journey should be worth your while. Alrighty. Flying Chocobo? That's right. Hello, Michael. How you doing? I'm good. How are you? It's been a while. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just preparing for the new expansion coming out. I've already played this game loads. I just want to play a Paladin, so we're leveling a Paladin from level 1. And I'm also replaying the story again. Just because. I'm not sure we'll do the entire thing though, but for now we are doing it. Yeah, and Walker. It's coming out in a month, which is kind of far away still, but I'm not sure that's enough time to play through the story if we're gonna do all of that. But I finished the story already. But there's something. I finished the story 3 times because I've had to grind up characters because people switch servers and stuff. Have you played this game? I want to. Well, you're in luck. Just don't have time. Well, if you ever do get time. The game is free to play forever. With a trial account. And the trial account can play the entire base game and the entire first expansion for free forever. Until you buy the game. And you can have all classes on one character, so there's a lot to play and do for free. The base game story is pretty bad. Leaves a lot to be desired for sure. But it gets a lot better in the expansions. At least in Heavensward. I mostly just play it because it has a really nice feel to it. Like the music is... It's got one of the best soundtracks in gaming, in my opinion. And it's got really cool boss fights. And very nice blinky animations. Chupacabra? Also, they announced Rise as well for PC. January or something. I'm interested in seeing how much they changed from Monster Hunter World. Doesn't have an endgame. Well, we'll see. I'm not sure World had either when it came out. It's a bit expensive though, so it was $60. That's right. Deliver the Millicorn seedling to Lyolf in Swift Perch. That is not there. It's over here. Flying bears. Has Naimea herself forsaken this desolate land? Though I understand there were risks in gambling my entire fortune on a crop of millicorn, I at least expected the seedling to be delivered before disaster struck. Is that my millicorn seedling? Oh, joyous day! It might seem a paltry beginning, but the yield of this particular variety of crop plant is nothing short of astonishing. As you have undoubtedly noticed, Swift Perch lacks a certain, shall we say, vital energy. Thus I mean to restore a modicum of hope to its residents by growing a veritable ocean of corn. You, sir, seem fit to burst with vim and vigor. Might I persuade you to abide a while and help nurture this ailing settlement? What do you need, bro? I've got nothing better to do. You there, adventurer. Cast your eyes towards the brewer's beacon. Does the light not seem uncommonly weak? It cannot possibly be bright enough to guide the ships sailing in the bay. I would march over to the lighthouse and investigate myself, but I am duty-bound to remain at my post. I would consider it a favor if you could make a visit to the brewer's beacon and see if aught has befallen Canswis, the lighthouse keeper. I have the same height as Francisco Franco. Who's that? Who dat? Dictator of Spain? Okay. You say a yellow jacket sent you here? Eh? Me light's growing dim, has it? Well, of course it bloody has. The bomb what fuels me furnace is up and buggered off, you see. If I don't get that beacon fixed up soon, there'll be trouble on the water. I know you're just a messenger lad, but I can tell a venturer when I see one. I'm going to need you to chase down that bomb and bring back a claw what you ripped from its smoldering corpse. Take this here iron brazier and set her down in the middle of the flock, somewhere near the scarecrow, I'd say. You get a nice fire going, and that frisky bomb will soon be about. Watch you don't singe your eyebrows, lad. Or his more former title, Caudillo de Reino Espana? Okay. That guy. I see. He's fighting the big fat dodo. Gelatinous jerk. Will fuck up you, Bertrus Gertrude. That guy was dying. He doesn't know. He doesn't have a chocobo. Poor guy. Toby D's nuts. Iron brazier. Hope you're happy now, Light. Now we're playing Skyrim. All you need to do is take that runaway bomb and bring me one of his little claws. Ah, you got that ashy bastard, did you? Once I put this little firecracker in the furnace, that should keep things running for a while. I had myself a bit of a look while you were gone, and Limblin cursed me if the furnace weren't all bent and broken. Small wonder the bloody bomb was able to escape. I patched things up as best I could, but I ain't no smitty. You might want to have a chat with that yellow jacket friend of yours in Swiftperch and have him pass the word back to someone in Limsa. Alright. Alright. The furnace is damaged, is it? Very well, I shall write up the relevant reports, but the repairs must needs be effected without delay. It seems I have another favor to ask of you, adventurer. Take yourself straightway to the Armorer's Guild in Limsa Lominsa and explain the situation to Forge Master Hanansa. More running! Running! Arcanist skill. I got Aftcastle, I think is the closest. Hanansa! furnace in the brewer's beacon needs repairs. Fire God's beard. I just sent someone out to tinker with it not a week past. Perhaps the bomb Quansis had trapped in there was a touch too volatile. I'll have an artisan visit the lighthouse and pay special attention to reinforcing the casing of that furnace. Your work is done here, adventurer. May the navigator guide you on your journey. Alright. Apparently not. What say you to taking on some work? From Naldeacon Mernelis. And Vimelis. Naldeacon Vimelis. We've a great hulking warship to build and could certainly use an extra hand for any number of tasks. For your first job, I need you to run this submissive over to Atburn, the head shipwright at the Moraby Dry Docks. We forged most of the ship's bits and pieces here at the Armorer's Guild, but the actual construction takes place at the docks found in the south of Lower Lanasia. That's also where you'll find the main offices of Naldic and Vimelis. The Moraby Dry Docks is one of Limsa most important districts, at least as far as I'm concerned, and I'm sure you'll not regret attuning yourself to the area's etherite. If you have no confidence in your sense of direction, you'd be best served by making use of the Chocobo Porters. First floor of the Mizzenmast, in case you were wondering. Should you choose to make the trek on your own 2 feet, leave the city through the Tempest Gate and follow the road south. May the navigator guide your steps. Luckily we can teleport everywhere, that saves some time. My throat is weird. It's been weird for like a week. Ow, ow. I don't like weird. You have a missive for me from Forge Master Hananza. I assume it pertains to the pending arrival of the materials I ordered over a moon pass. Let's see it then. Well, blast and botherations, another delay? I am well aware of the shortage of skilled artisans, but this is insufferable. My apologies. The messenger does not deserve to hear the brunt of my frustration. Might I have your name? Cashew, is it? Well, Cashew, this proud maiden you see taking shape before you is the Victory, the first new vessel to grace the dock since the calamity. We may have lost the bulk of our ships that fateful day, but starting with this beauty, we will restore the Maelstrom's fleet to its former glory. The Victory is more than a simple warship. It is the symbol of Limsa rebirth, from the wreckage wrought by the coming of the Seventh Umbral Era. Thus, we are striving to complete her construction as swiftly as possible, even going so far as to hire veteran shipwrights from outside the thalassocracy. Yet even with such unprecedented measures, there are never enough hands to handle the abundance of tasks. Should you choose to linger at the docks for a time, there is no end of odd jobs for a hard-working adventurer. Be you fair warned, there is no place here for layabouts and troublemakers. Where in the 7 hells is that man? Not once in 12 moons has he been late with a shipment, and now 2 whole turns of the sun without a single word. A shipwright of mine, a young man named Berylsmith, recently left Candlekeep Quay to retrieve several crates of supplies ordered from Limsa, but has yet to return. I have sent several missives to Haldebroda, but his replies are always the same. He does not recall ever seeing the right, nor the supplies he was scheduled to collect. The man knows something, and I severely doubt he is telling me the whole truth. As I cannot leave my post, I would ask you to travel to Candlekeep Quay in my stead and inform Haldebroda that if he insists on playing these games, I will personally see that he is transferred to Turtleback Island, where he can rot alone in the middle of the sea for eternity. Thank God for being able to fly. Saves so much time, holy shit. What do we have here, though? We can do this. This is... Doing fates is the only way we can level up to 15. So we just have to do them. Come on then, Mr. Wild Jackal. Can I fight dodos as well at the same time? Maybe a couple of them? Those guys aren't coming down. Oh, I have to kill all of them. There's no more spawning, I assume. Despite being surrounded on all sides by... Oh, no, I'm not gonna be able to read it. Haldebroda. Eh? Does that self-righteous dog Atburn doubt that I never told him anything less than the truth? Slash doubt. You question Haldebroda. You question me? Turtleback Island? He cannot do that, can he? I swear on my poor Nana's grave, Navigator rest her soul, I know not of this Ferrelsmith, nor his precious supplies. Hells, we here at the quay have had enough trouble these past few suns. What with the sinking of that Lominsan cargo ship off the Salt Strand, I haven't the time to take a proper piss, let alone make note of every scrag that wanders in off the grid. Now, the way I see it, if you have time to be standing here questioning my character, then you most certainly have the time to get that arse of yours down to the Salt Strand and help us search for survivors of the wreck. Who knows, you may just run across this Ferrelsmith everyone seems so eager to find. There's no hoping the Navigator hasn't found him first. Here's to hoping the Navigator hasn't found him first. Alright, bro. Talking novice. I'm Ferlsmith. You say the foreman's wandering on my whereabouts. I thought he might be, but you must know I cannot show my face at the dry docks until I have righted the terrible wrong I caused. 2 nights past I made the trip from the dry docks to Candlekeep Quay, just as the foreman asked. The seas were right rough, and the captain of the cargo ship was wary of bringing her too close to the cliffs, so I paid a few coins to a fisher to take me out to meet her. By the time he was halfway twixt shore and ship, the swells had risen to nigh on 10 yawns, and 'twasn't long afore the waves had hold us. Try as we might to steady the boat, nature's grip was too tight, and we were flung headlong into the Leamington galley. When I awoke, both ships were gone, and the cargo I was to collect lay strewn across the salt strand. Ice made every effort to salvage it, but the sands are crawling with Kikern, and I ain't one with a sword. And now you see why it is I cannot return to the dry docks. I'll take care of it, bro, in 3 seconds. Let's kill some Kikerns. Brass Helm Wheel. No, nothing, one more. Tangled rigging. Come on then. Come on then. Ay-ya! That night, I was tossed into the sea like some doll of rags, and it weren't long before the world round me faded to black as I slipped deeper into the abyss. But lo, the navigator wouldn't see me to the gates of the 7 heavens, and I woke to find myself washed ashore. And here's I been ever since, waiting for a chance to salvage me master's cargo. The missing parts. I don't know how I can repay you. I'll deliver the supplies right away, but first I must stop by the quay so that I might pay my respects to the widow of the brave fisher who gave his life for a handful of coins. Could you tell Atburn that I'll be back at the dry docks by daybreak? Many thanks, adventurer. I will not forget this kindness. Nah, it's too far. I'm gonna teleport. I'm having a blast as Gunbreaker. Gunbreaker is the most boring class in the entire game, unfortunately. I really like it though. The aesthetics of it, but it is omega dull. I am relieved to hear that both Ferlsmith and the supplies are unharmed, though it was foolish for him to believe that I would blame him for that which was obviously out of his hand. You see, there was no storm that day, and the sea here adjacent the dry docks were as calm as a slumbering child. This leads me to believe that the trouble the ships encountered off Candle Cape Quay was of a less natural sort, the sort which the Sahagin have been known to conjure. Cashew, while I originally had doubts about your motives, you have repeatedly proven yourself an asset to Naldic and Vimelis. I still do not like you, but that does not mean I do not trust you. June Thota, head of the watch here at the dry docks, believes that pirates may be plotting an attack on the Victory, and she requires assistance investigating a group of unsavory individuals making camp nearby. I have recommended you for the task. Despite all Limsa Lominsa endured before, during, and following the calamity, the fact that there are still those who would turn their backs on the city-state so that they might line their pockets with a few handful of coins. Just the thought of it sickens me. Hello there, Storm Captain. Ah, yes. I had a feeling you would be the one Atbirm sent. Since you first arrived at the Morbid Riders, I have had my men watch you. Oh, there's no need to get angry. I make it a point to keep an eye on all those new to the area. It's simply protocol. And you'll be pleased to know that nothing incriminating was found. You appear to be a model citizen. That and the foreman seems to think somewhat highly of you, which I must admit is quite shocking. The man doesn't even trust his own mother. Very well then. I assume Atbirm informed you of what your task would entail. The pirates we believe are conspiring to raid the dry docks were last seen making camp near an ancient stone called the Mark of the Spinner. I would have you approach the men, posing as a lost adventurer, and see if you cannot somehow learn of their intentions. Kanango, stationed at the rear gates, can provide you with an exact location of the camp. Kanango? Where are you, Kanango? That's the cat with the cat with the hat. She's the cat with the hat. That's what I said, the cat with the hat. Cashew! Haha, I knew it. No more sardines for Kanango. Tonight I shall dine on the finest salmon on the peninsula. Why? Well, I had a little wager going with some of the other guards, and who Atbirm would recommend for the next job. My money was on you. Ah, the job. Yes, of course. If you follow the road past the gates to the southeast, you will eventually come to a barren cape with a single large stone, half buried in the cliff overlooking the sea. Followers of the 12 say it's a holy place dedicated to Nemea, the spinner. I'd be surprised if the pirates camped up there were aware of that, though. Almost time to turn off the Chocobo song. I'm giving you to the count of 9 to step back on that path and carry your venturing arse back down to whatever rock it is you crawled out from under. You see, I sat it up to me ears with your type. Roaming the hills like they were yours to roam. It's getting to be that a man cannot enjoy a mug of rum without some strike-breath outlander running up asking which is the way to the local lev meet. 7 L's if I know. I'm a bloody pirate, goddammit. Those balls. Once we have me boy back, I'm putting this godforsaken pisshole of an island so far behind me, ain't no one will remember I was ever here. Come on, Scrags. We've knives to sharpen. Pisshole? How could you call it that? This is clearly a shithole. So the trespassers are indeed pirates, and they are indeed planning something. But what is this talk of getting me boy back? Could it be that their target was never the Victory? Something is not right, and I won't sit by idly, waiting for those pirates to make the first move. I should order increased patrols immediately. Thank you again for your help, Cashew. It appears we were wise to put our trust in you. I didn't do anything. I am concerned, Cashew. It appears that the pirates had you investigate. It appears that the pirates I had you investigate are on the move. They creep ever closer to the Drydock, so I must assume they mean to target the Victory herself. That ship is the symbol of everything Limsa Lominsa strives to become, and I will not allow these base scoundrels to lay a single finger on her hull. We must apprehend them before they put their plans into motion, and you, Cashew, are just the man to do it. Without your capable assistance, I fear the security of the Drydocks cannot be guaranteed. Not moments ago, my guards submitted reports of suspicious activity in the area. Pray begin your efforts by listening to one of their accounts firsthand. It matters not whom you choose to speak with, but be sure to question either Uruswurst at the front gate or Kanango at the rear. Any suspect saboteurs you encounter during the course of your investigation are to be interrogated. Report any and all findings directly to me. Let's go talk to the cat in the hat again. Hail, adventurer! Glad to have another hand aboard to help shore up security. The gods know our reports would sit on Jim Tota's desk, gathering dust if it weren't for the assistance of those such as yourself. Speaking of reports, though, I saw one of those mangy pirates lurking around the cliffs near Empty Heart. I'd take a closer look before he has a chance to cover his tracks. Whoop, 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 whoop. It saves so much time! Otherwise you have to run all the way around. Bah! Spotted me, did you? Well, you're too late. What's to happen is already happened. Oh no! It's happening! It's happening, Captain! You are below the recommended level. 14. Yes, we're level 13. Whatever. So, you found me one of those pirates, did you? I knew you were the right adventurer to ask for aid. But what could these knaves be planning? What's to happen? Is already happening? Captain! Ung! Trouble at the shipyard! Easy now, soldier. Who did this to you? Pirates! Out of nowhere. Cough. Struck me good. Gods below, we're not prepared for this. The pirates, soldier, how many do they number? Not sure. More than I could quickly count. Seem to be carrying explosives. Explosives? Then there's no time to lose. Cashew, you heard the situation. Make your way to the shipyard and engage these intruders. I will see to this man's wounds, then follow after. Make haste, now! I hate this song. It's terrible. Am I going? Silent Lackey. I don't get any chocobos in here. Where is Silent Lackey? Hey now, no healing. What was his name? Atsaphine? Atsaphine. Gahahaha! Never reckoned it'd be this easy. Still don't trust those slimy bastards, but their plan worked like a charm. Duh! What are you doing, you great bloody fool? Shut your trap, boy. This'll be all over soon. All that's left now is to blow this ugly pile of driftwood into splinters. Rude? Why would you do such a thing? Have you any idea how important this ship is? What it represents? Aye, and that's what makes it all the sweeter. Whatever it takes to knock some sense into me treacherous, backstabbing son. Imagine a boy of mine giving up the pirate life to become a shipwright, and build a bladed maelstrom vessel at that. What under Limland's wide green ocean made you take up with these self-righteous shites? You're the one with no bloody sense, Star. Don't you see? The pirates had their glory days, but that era is over. Ah, I wondered why Atburn never spoke of his father. I never would have thought. The ship's a symbol, all right, of everything that went wrong with the world. And I mean to shatter it into 100,000 pieces. Shimthota, Cashew, pray, beat the tar out of this bloated sea slug and make sure no harm comes to the victory. I'm gonna beat him with my paddle. My gladiator's paddle. Ah, this is madness! A pirate don't abandon his treasures. My father, you must stop him. Leave him to us. Cashew, Kanango, to me. Now we bonk him. Hello there. Mamulja mercenaries. I'll take the Mamulja. You focus on Atsafi. After I kill the silent lackeys. Bonk. Stun him. You have no idea who you're up against. Where, adventurer? That's a fiend's a crazy glint in his eye. Now, honor me damn way! No, he missed his AoE. Please, you cannot let him win! It's okay, dude. I must be getting old, letting some green venturer get the best of me. Ah. Cough. That's one big bloody ship. Big and nasty looking. You made that, did you? My thanks, Cashew. I shudder to think what may have become of the victory without your intervention. Ah, the pirates have made a right mess of things. I'd best get to sorting out the dots. And my thoughts could use some sorting out as well. Ever did my father have a way of turning my life upside down? Pray, convey my thanks and my apologies to Jim Toto. Now we are too low level. There is a fate over there. I didn't think they could be level locked, but apparently they can. Since it's been complaining that we've been too low level for ages. My quest to become the most majestic gunbreaker is beginning to sprout. High-pitched anime laugh. Mandragora Prince. Beautiful. Do we even have eyes, dude? Oh yeah, those big yellow, white things. One day we'll get a third attack, I'm sure. These are not particularly exciting. While little is known about mandragoras, what is known tends to be quite disturbing. Such is the case with the mandragora prince, who is rumored to journey to the sites of slaughters, so it might feed off the blood-soaked flow. It is probably best to not let it feed off the blood-soaked flow. Alright, man. There we go. Now we can level up, and I can go and unleash my XP in the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Everyone is a flawed human, lol. Make sure you don't have your hand full of bitches eating crackers. Alright. How fare you, Cashew? I cannot begin to thank you for the role you played in preventing this madness. You defended more than a simple ship. You saved the budding hope of Limsa from a violent demise. The day was yours. It seems our security regimen will require much in the way of improvement if we are to truly keep the dry docks safe. Atbirm apologizes. Well, I suppose I can understand why he would feel responsible for his father's actions. Of all those involved, this incident was hardest on him. But in time, I believe he will come to a single conclusion. The most fitting way of moving past his anguish is to see the victory is completed and in the water. Ah, by the by, the pirates we defeated have been handed over to the Yellow Jackets. Raynor's men will be taking over the investigation. Before the Yellow Jackets moved in, however, we discovered a most unusual object. If you have the time to spare, I would ask of you another favor. Cashew, in light of your role in the recent events, there are a few others to whom I would entrust this task. Since we last spoke, a curious missive has been discovered amongst the personal effects of Atsafi, the pirate behind the plot to sabotage the victory. This missive was penned in the most unusual script, a script we believe to be some manner of code. Needless to say, anything which a proven enemy of Limsa Lominsa deems worthy of enciphering is like to be of great interest to the Maelstrom. Unfortunately, none among us can make any sense of the message. In cases such as this, I am told the Yellow Jackets are wont to turn to Barrow and his convenient connections. Thus, I would have you deliver this missive to the proprietor of the Drowning Wench, into his hand and no other. Do you understand? I understand. First, we go and do another fate, because we still need 23,000 XP. You see that man over there? The big one. The captain of a shipping vessel out of Rads at Han found him stowed away below decks. When the captain moored here at the quay, we brought the brute ashore for questioning. When he up and started assailing my men, and for a man who's been holed up in a dark corner for the past fortnight, he has more energy than you'd believe. We could certainly use a hand at calming him down. You're asking for it. I skimmed Shadow Lurcher. Come here. I ain't no stowaway. What are you then? Get your hands off me, honeybees. May the mighty serpent drag your arches down, all the way down to the abyss. Highest lesson not to say to your nurse. Okay. to Lanosia? Or to Limsa Luminsa? I think this is the closest one to pretty much everything. Apparently Crazy Frog was invented in Sweden. I blame Real Svenjamin, also known as me now. Crazy Frog is good, actually. Atburn laid out the entire tale for him. Borsod was still reeling at his old man's part in the business, but at least you kept the victory from being sunk before she sailed. And for that I owe you my thanks. You've really made a name for yourself here in Limsa, lad. Folk know that when they need somewhat done. You need somewhat doing? Damn, what might that be? You want someone to read a message written funny letters for you. And Jim Tota thought I might know a man as could? Well, let's see it then. Aye. I reckon I might know a canny bugger who can read stuff like this. Ugly sod by the name of Badwell. Yeah, no, you're like one of me regulars now, can't you? You never let me down yet, and Navigator help me, I reckon I can trust you. Jim Tota was right to want this message deciphered. We've got some trouble brewing here and no mistake. Get ready for action, and I'll explain. Good to have you aboard, lad. Now then, where to start? I don't know, how about right away? Back when I was younger and nastier, I earned my living as a sellsword. In that business, if you wanted to know what your enemy was up to, you had to learn to read the orders you prized from the cold dead hands of its mates. That's how I came to know how to read your message. Truth be told, the script was only too bloody familiar. Them Sahagin letters, lad. And I should know. I've got it more fishback messengers than I can count. It gets worse, though. The plan to blow up the victory is all in here, right down to the fine details. Looks like they meant to raise 8 kinds of L in western Lanosia. Then it the Maelstrom's new flagship in the confusion. The point being, the attack on the victory weren't the act of a few rebellious pirates. It was a key part of some canny bastard's grand plan. But if I'm reading this right, the attack itself came much too early. I'll wager they panicked when they saw you was on them. I rushed in to do the job and buggered it up. Them tattoo-faced bastards, as they say, was paying Athberm's old man. They're with the Serpent Reavers, right? But none of their crew was there, was they? Did they have something better to do, or what? I see some dudes in the background. 7 else. I've got it all backwards. That mess at the victory, that was meant to be the bloody distraction. The fishbacks ain't interested in the Maelstrom's baby. They're after men, just like they've always been. They're sending their pirate lackeys after a civilian target. This bit about raising hell in western Lanosia, that's where it'll be. Someone tells me Swiftperch is about to get it, and it hard. Here's a rough translation of the message. Take it to Commodore Raynor at the Coral Tower and tell him he's in for a busy day. Oh, and give him an hand, eh? Yeah, I can be damn sure he'll need one. Gonna do any crafting professions with this guy? No, I don't think so. The crafting is just super autistic. There's just insane amounts of time investment. You know, I would maybe do it if I wasn't streaming, but on stream doing crafting for like 14 days just to level up one guy. I don't know. I don't think so. Just a wee bit much. The fishing, I mean, it is what it is, but yeah, you got a couple of buttons and you can go around and fish. It's better than it is in WoW. But no, I usually just focus on playing the real classes. What I might do though is play Blue Mage. That might happen, but not until later. Yes, I'm Raynor. Now, you must be the adventurer whose name seems to be on everyone's lips. You are to be commended for your part in thwarting the plot to destroy the victory. Now, what can I do for you this day? You bear an urgent message from Paladin. Why do I get the feeling that my hopes for a quiet morning are about to be cruelly dashed? Tell me, what is afoot? How the tire changing go? An assault on Swiftperch, but we've seen nothing to suggest the Serpent Reavers are massing for an attack. Flawless? Nice. Even so, it would be foolish to discount the possibility. Badron is rarely wrong about such matter. 3 orders the second episode. I will marshal the Yellowjackets for battle immediately. The only question is where to send them. While I concur with Badron's assessment that the attacks on the dry docks was intended as a diversion, Swiftperch is but one of several possible targets for the main thrust. Commodore, sir! Report. It's the Sahagin, sir. They've mounted a large-scale assault on South Tidegate and threatened to overwhelm our defenses within the day. The garrison requests immediate reinforcements. By the Navigator, it seems my decision has been made for me. Muster the troops and give the order to march. Aye, the Serpent Reavers are in league with the Sahagin, which means there is every chance this assault on Tidegate may yet prove to be another feint. The fact remains, however, that we can ill afford to ignore it, and that leaves Swiftperch invulnerable to those pirate traitors. It is at times such as these that I wish the warriors of light yet walked among us. But wishes will avail us naught, Kanami. You must serve in their absence. Make for Swiftperch with all haste, and lend your strength to the squads I can spare for the settlement's defense. Orders are good. Travel to Swiftperch. Man, I wish it wouldn't do this. I wish it showed me the actual quest there. But, it's fine. Commodore Raynor sent word we'd be getting reinforcements, but I didn't expect him to send you. You certainly look like you've seen your share of action, though. You bear little resemblance to the wide-eyed whelp I met fresh off the ferry. In any case, do you know what you're fighting for here? This place, Swiftperch, it was rebuilt by folk who stood strong in the face of every hardship the calamity threw their way. And we're not about to let some fish-fancying scum claim the honor of being the ones who finally broke their spirits. Don't give those pirate bastards one bloody ill, you hear me? Does this thing work? Not sure where to put it. It's pretty big. Here they come! Here now, I thought all them yellow jacket worms was meant to be busy. That useless scrag ain't followed the plans, has he? Now what? Pull back and wait for our Sahagin brothers? Piss on that. We ain't turning back empty-handed. Remember, no killing the small folk, or it'll be your blood what stains Lord Leviathan's altars. The yellow bellies you can butcher at will. Them dirt-eating slugs will be crushed under the full might of the Serpent Reavers. Seems Swiftperch was the main target after all, eh? Squads 1 and 2, protect the townsfolk. Squad 3, you're our rear guard. The rest of you, we meet their charge where we stand. Let us bear the Commodore word of our victory, or no word at all. For Limsa Lominsa! It is the music. Rawr, I'll gut you all yellow bellies and dance on your gizzards. Talking like a pirate is gonna fuck my throat up. It's really bad already. Leave no pirate scum standing. Show him how a yellow jacket fights. Time to split some heads, adventurer. Let's start with the frontline fodder. Exactly what I'm doing. More of the bastards! Come on then. Fire mage? How dare you? Come here. Ya stinking little... Oh, heal me, you fuckers! Where's my heal? Where are my heals? Heal me! Heal me! Alright, you scurvy bastards. Here's a trick to make something. I gotta turn off all these stupid chats. I don't care about the noise network. Is that a bloody void set? Hold steady, lads. Keep on pummeling him. He can't take much more of this. Bonk. Bonk. Well fought. The Reavers are beaten and scattered. I'll take some men and hunt down the stragglers. Oh, but there may be more of them lurking about, so don't let your guard down just yet. The source of his strength becomes clear. You may have bested the golem, but you will not fare so well this day. O mournful voice of creation, send unto me a creature of the abyss, my thrall to command, that I may smite I may smite my enemies. Your very being imperils the plan. You cannot be suffered to live. Still don't remember who the masked guys are? Yeah. That's because you don't really get to know who the masked guys are. That's what Shadowbringers is about. Ah, run as the venom eats its way through your veins. Whence springs this preternatural might? They are not the Shadowbringers. A fearsome opponent, against whom you shall not stand alone. Y'shtola, you came for me. Welcome guest, no matter, all shall fall before me. No, don't use fire one on me. No, don't do it, no. Blizzard 2? Oh, shit. No mortal should possess such strength. So pathetic. His power wanes, affording no chance to recover. Did you mean Blizzara? No. Ung! That the wisdom of the paragons should be brought low by mere mortals! Paragons, did he say? Then it is as I feared. They are known as the Bringers of Chaos, or Asians, to give them a proper name. It would seem our suspicions were correct. It is they who have been manipulating the beast tribes. Around After Effects? I've never tried it. Pardon? You would know if we Charlayans have encountered Asians before. I have never spoken to you of my homeland. How did you know whence I hail? Wait, I do begin to see. You have been blessed with a special gift. Just because I'm a catboy doesn't mean we come from the same country. It's not a catboy country, you racist. Are you alright, lad? If I'd known a mean bugger like that was hiding in the bushes, I would have left a squad or 6 to keep you company. Well, at least now we can call this kidnapping investigation to a close. Those reavers were the ones spiriting folk away in the dead of night, and this bastard here was pulling all the strings. A trifle simplistic, but not inaccurate. I came as soon as I sensed his presence, but I never thought to find such a scene of carnage. Yet we prevailed, and thanks to your heroic actions, I have learned much. Aye, heroic is the word. I don't want to think about what would have happened if you hadn't been there, friend. And your assistance is much appreciated too, Lady Y'shtola. Please give your regards to the Scions. I'm glad to have played a role in bringing what I hope is to an end to this disturbing spate of abductions. The thread of your fate forms a part of a Most intriguing tapestry. Mayhap will be afforded the chance to speak more in the near future. For now, however, you must see this particular tale to its conclusion. Pray send my greetings to Commodore Rain. Another crystal. This one's evil. Hell yeah, I'm a furry. If you don't give me a job, I couldn't care less about your crystals. Fair. Report to Rainer at the Coral Tower. Before we report to Rainer, let's go and become level 15. So he might be like, you need to be level 15. But I don't think so. I think that's a bit later, but we have to become level 15 anyway. Hello, Aruk-kun. I want another Aruk. And I want another Aruk. We got some backup. Where's the third one? Where is the last one? There. Come here. Come here, bitch. Where did I get a little hatchling as well? No matter. One more pull. Whoa! Stab. One more fate, then we're good. Because then we can do Sastasha. We get the XP we need. And after that, we can just only do dungeons whenever we need XP. I have an urgent request, but only if you are bound for Tidegate. I must deliver important orders from the Admiral herself to the Maelstrom commander stationed at South Tidegate, but the Storm privates assigned to accompany me have yet to arrive. For all I know, they could be lying drunk in a gutter somewhere, or dead in a gutter somewhere. You don't appear to be dead or drunk, so could I ask you to escort me through Quarterstone? I don't believe we will encounter much trouble, but I've been known to be wrong on countless occasions. I'm below the recommended level. Is it possible to scale up the buffs and whatnot up top? I'm not sure. I'll have to take a peek. But you can move them. I only have the ones up there that have permanent duration. The other ones are down in the left. I have everything at the bottom, for the most part. Yeah, I always do that. I did that in WoW as well. Every MMO that I've been able to. Yeah, exactly. You don't want to have to go up and blah 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 blah, blah everywhere. Enemy hit points should be at the bottom. Your hit points should be at the bottom. Minimap at the bottom. Cooldowns at the bottom. Enemy target list at the bottom. To the left there. Where'd he go? Oh, it's all the way over there. Ah! Like the World of Warcraft layout is the absolute worst layout that you could possibly have. It is so bad. You got cooldowns in the bottom left, you got enemies in the top left, you have buffs in the top right. You have to move your eyes the absolute most amount that you can possibly do, more or less. The only thing that they could have done worse was put the enemy target in the top right. That would have been even worse. Guild Wars 2 also has a pretty good UI. They do the things right. And then they do everything else wrong. No, it's actually a pretty good game if you want to just play with friends. It's one of the only MMOs that are good that way. Provoke. Alright. Guild Wars 2. It's pretty bad in general. Like ArenaNet is a turbo SJW company, and the gameplay is geared towards PvP, not PvE, which means like when you're playing a sword warrior or something, you have like you've got a hamstring ability and like half of the abilities in the game are just useless in PvE. Or just not fun at all. So the gameplay is like super shallow. The only thing it has is that you have to dodge enemies and stuff like that. Because it has a dodge button. Which does a lot. But what it has is that every zone scales to the player. Or it scales, you get scaled down to it if you're higher level. Which means you can always play with a friend. Because you just have to go to whatever level fits everyone. And then just play there. And they use the same kind of system. Like the fate system in this game is based on the Guild Wars 2 event system. So randomly on the map there will be like events that spawn. Might be a boss or an escort quest or whatever. And then you can go and just do that. But it's also heavily exploration based. So if you find a cave, there's probably going to be something in it. There's going to be a treasure chest. There might be a boss that triggers an event when you find it. There might be some dude who there might be some. Sorry, the developer of Whack Up who is continuing Winamp development. I just liked my tweet where I said, "Excuse me," and I posted Winamp where it says Granado Espada Nigero. So yeah, it's heavily exploration based, which is really nice. Which you can do in a group. Most other MMOs are just like quest based and you're just running around doing a quest. And then one player decides to play one day extra and then you just can't play anymore together. It's just screwed. We need to go over here. You know what we need to do? We need to go in here. In here. In here. In here. And then we go here. Unavailable. Jesus Christ. Edit glamour plates. Let's see here. What do we have? There's something. There. So what do we have? We have the Scion eye patch, which looks like trash. Glasses. We can go with nothing. Nothing is good. Everything I have is too high level. At least everything I have put in so far. Let's see what we got. Crystarium Helm goes in. Scion Traveling Mask. Amatsu Hachigane, no idea what that is. Friendship Circlet. Scion Traveling Jacket, looks like trash. Crystarium Tabard is nice though. Just putting clothes into our glamour dresser. And the House Fortum's kite shield. Oh, it needs to be repaired. Well, that sucks. But there is someone who can repair here somewhere there. Don't know why there isn't a turbo repair all button. That would be very helpful. It's like bowling? It is like bowling. You know, it's even more fun. Summon Raven. It's completely useless, but you have like shitloads of ravens. It's funny. I don't care, it's bad. Well, nothing wrong with Werebear. But you can't really mix. I don't think you can really mix the transforms and the elemental stuff very well. I don't know if you can cast spells while you're in were form. Maybe you can. You can cast Apocalypse and then transform. Fireclaw has all the fire spells, it's really strong synergies. It's a nice sword we got there. Anyway, I was going to put in the House Fortem's kite shield. Now we try again. Crystarium gauntlets. There are no Crystarium pants. Crystarium greaves. Could just use the most explosive fire spells as like a softener and then move in with Fireclaw Werebear. Maybe. Maybe. You can just run around with Armageddon on. And then just transform whenever you see a monster or a champion. No, let's just not have an item there. Dark Knight Paladin. It does, but it's only 1 point in each. And it's a really good spell. But I don't know if it's worth getting it for the damage without maxing all of those synergies for that. That's the thing. Dye. Dye it white? Dye it red? What other colors do we have here? Dark blue. Nah. I think that's probably good. Let's go with that glamour. Then you go to glamour plates. Then you find the one you want. And you press the button. There. Now we've got a little glamour set up there. And now it will sound clink, clink, clink whenever we run anywhere. But we were going to do level 15 gladiator quest. Shield Lob. Yes, we need Shield Lob. Hail, Cashew. You come at a good time. I have another task I wish to assign you. The Immortal Flames and the Brass Blades have both requested the Guild's assistance in maintaining security at Camp Drybone, a vital outpost along the Royal Elegant Sunway. The Amalja have been raiding caravans with reckless abandon, creating significant disruption in trade. Ul'dah has a long, troubled history with the Amalja, so raids are not unheard of. However, this recent escalation must be addressed. Go to Camp Drybone and search for these raiders, Cashew. I've already dispatched other gladiators to patrol the region, so I suggest you speak with one for more information. Let's go to Camp Drybones. Drybones. I'm gonna make a dry bones post. Let's go to Western Thunlan and let's deal with the hunting log. Because otherwise we're gonna have to retrace our steps even more again. We just need an earth boy. And they are all over the place. They're all over the place, but we can't find a 1. But I know that they're down here. Over in this corner there. One more. There. Difficulty rank unlocked. There. And now we might as well finish off the ones we have here. Level 7 turtle. Level 17 turtle. Never mind. Need to kill 3. One more turtle. How do you pronounce this? Desert paste? Paisty? Paste? Paste? Peast? Desert paste? Yeah, it's not a real word. They have a bunch of those. They have a beast as well, like a beast, beast. No, not base. But I could call it that just because it's fun. What classes did I level in this server? Is it only Dark Knight? Did we stop playing immediately after I leveled up my Dark Knight? Yep, we are only Dark Knight here. Jesus Christ. Central. Western Footfalls. Footfalls, yeah. That's on the other side of the world, we'll get there. Let's go to Camp Tribals. Achievements, Jesus. If Charles caught on that there are achievements in this game, his life would be ruined. Tukos. Let's kill 5 of them at the same time. Like 5. They might be little and cute, but they have big horns on their backs. And must be dealt with, because they are on my list. Just like the ladybugs and the marmots. You never know when a marmot is going to strike. Get down! They're still here! You feel a rush of air as an arrow whistles by your head. These guys are way too cute to kill. Don't worry, brother. I'll be fine. Though maybe not when the first sword is done with me, eh? Go and tell her that the Amalja are dead. Leave the merchant to me. Okie doke. Blue Mage is pretty cool. I really want to try it. Because it's a meme class. It's not a real class. I knew I was right to send you, Cashew. You've done us proud. Seven hells, this place reeks of sweat. How do you expect a man to concentrate on his swordplay like this? Aldous? My bud who don't talk to me anymore said it was really good. Well, it's not good or bad, it's just that it's not a real class. So you can't play it like in raids and shit. It's like a meme gameplay mode. Where you go around and you fight, you like solo raid bosses to get their abilities. Aldous! You remember me. How goes it, brother? Still waving your sword around like a feather duster? You! Good to see you too, Mila, my dear. You're more beautiful than I remember. You're alive! Where have you been all these years? Answer me! Me? Well, if you must know, I'm on a spiritual journey of self-discovery. Damn it, Aldous, this is serious. We all thought you were dead. And for you to walk in here as though nothing ever happened, have you forgotten how you dishonored us? I should cut you down where you stand. Oh, that's the Mila I remember. All fire and brimstone. I knew that pretty face could still contort itself into some terrifying shapes. Ah, don't pout, girl. I was just having fun. But as you wish, I'll go. Cashew, was it? Why don't you join me at the quicksand? I could use some company, and I doubt anyone here would be so kind. Adventurer's Guild. Level 19? Yeah, that's the maximum level, okay. Oh, you came. Sorry you had to witness that little reunion between me and Mila. The Sword of Nald, back from the dead. You'd think I'd be greeted by throngs of adoring fans, not threats of violence. Listen, Cashew, you're good with a sword, that's plain to see. But more than that, you've got purpose. There's a fire burning within you. As a former man of conviction, I can recognize a kindred spirit. You gonna give me the sword? Geralt named her Frenzy. She's one of a magnificent pair of swords that the drunken prodigy forged for Colosseum champions. The man who wielded her twin had eyes that burned like yours. Cashew, The hells? Archers? Aldous, Sword of Nald, we've come for your head. If you do that, then how the hell am I supposed to enjoy my ale? Arrogant fool, prepare to meet your maker. Well, ain't you a bunch of impatient, humorless fellas? Up for a bit of fun, Cashew? I'll lead you far. Watch closely now, Cashew. I'll show you how a Colosseum champion fights. Oh, he used Flash! Whoa, shit! Is that even a thing anymore? Does Flash exist at all? I can turn that off and then we just go in here and AoE them. Oh, a stout ambusher. Those weaklings are all yours, Yashu. Who's mine? Ah, that's the sort of sport I crave. I didn't get to stream to YouTube today. I had to wait 24 hours before the live stream activated because I've never pressed the button before. Watch their eyes, Cashew, not their hands. There are too many! We can't fight them all! Every encounter is just designed that you stand next to the NPC and then he heals you whenever you are allowed to take any real damage. Did it! Martin, I have a kite shield. Didn't think you'd go so far as to send a gang of sellswords into the quicksand in broad daylight. Why is it never a bevy of beauties? Let's continue with this another time, shall we? I need to find a new place to drink, one with more attractive company than this sorry lot. How come your character is so big? My character's not big. Report to Milla. Teleport. Take the teleport. Teleport is always easier. Oh, where's the door? Height shields are like a meter long. No, they're not. They're just shaped that way. Just a small kite shield. Plus it is almost a meter long. My apologies, Cashew. I meant to teach you a new technique earlier, but when that idiot arrived, I completely forgot. He's just so infuriating. The shield lob technique will allow you to attack from afar without the need for ranged weaponry. And also without the need for, keeping your shield or anything. Since we gladiators are primarily close-range fighters, the ability to draw the attention of distant enemies is a valuable asset. May it serve you well in the field, Cashew. Can we remove the African paddle now? Yes, we can. That is basically a meter. Fucking baby. What are we doing? We need to turn New Game Plus back on again. Report Rainer at the Coral Tower. Marauders Guild? Kanabi, eagerly have I awaited your return. Word of your exploits is already spreading through the ranks. My troops and I owe you a great debt of gratitude for your timely assistance. You have shown yourself to be possessed of a sure arm, a strong spirit, and sound judgment. Would that Limsa Lominsa had more of your like. I have little doubt that you shall one day join the ranks of Eorzea's greatest adventurers. It is but a matter of time. Clearly, Badron's eye for potential remains as sharp as ever, though I doubt even he imagined you capable of such feats. Might you favor me with your own account of the day's events? Such victories bear retelling. Y'shtola has been working with us for quite some time, you see, and she was only too willing to assist the Yellow Jackets in the kidnapping investigation, proving herself a stalwart ally to Limsa Lominsa yet again. Needless to say, after your part in thwarting the attempted sabotage of the victory, and the small matter of your deeds at Swift Perch, you too have proven yourself a valued friend of the Thalassocracy, whatever that is. Admiral! Time to pronounce some names. May I present to you Admiral... Admiral... Blöfiswin. Blöfiswin. Blöfiswin? Blöfiswin. Admiral Blöfiswin. Merldwid Blöfiswin.
This is the adventurer I've been reading about in the field reports. I am Melve Blufisvin, Admiral of Limsa Lominsa.
Blufiswin. Merldwid Blufiswin.
On behalf of my people, I bid you thanks for the deeds you have done this day.
That's my pleasure, Merldwid Blufiswin.
A token of our gratitude. What worth is high regard without just reward after all?
Here. Ha! Ha! He's got nothing in his hand!
Since you first set foot in our city, my good friend Badaron and Commodore Rainer have taken turns at regaling me with tales of your exploits. Safe to say, they left an impression. Join me at the coming banquet. A seat of honor at the celebratory feast is the least I can offer the man who foiled the Sahagin.
No, I don't get it.
Oh, a seat at the feast.
Oh, and don't be late. Your fellow guests will be eager to take the measure of their newest hero, and some do not take kindly to being kept waiting. Till then, May you walk in the light of the crystal.
Oh, it's so nice when there's voice acting. There is not enough of it in A Realm Reborn. There's so much more voice acting later. There's still quite a lot of non-voice acted stuff, but it's like twice as much. I'm not sure you understand just how unusual it is for the Admiral to invite an adventurer to a state banquet. It's a highly coveted honor. Why, even the officers under her direct command are rarely afforded such recognition. But I will not deny you have earned it. Many of the tasks you have performed in service to the thalassocracy have been both difficult and dangerous. This is a reward for all of your efforts, a nod to your many achievements, both large and small. Has the enormity of this moment yet to sink in? Perchance you will realize its significance when you stand before the assembled dignitaries of Limsa Lominsa. And now that I have imagined the scene, I realize that you will require attire suitable for the occasion. I suggest you visit the wench and see what Baderon can arrange. He's surprisingly knowledgeable about such things. Time to go and get some nice shoes and shit. That I probably still have. What did we level as? Arcanis? Yeah, Scholar Summoner. And then I was going to level Monk, but I got bored and stopped playing, I think. Well, well, if it ain't Merylwyb's guest of honor. Hobnobbing with the eye and mighty now, is it? I tell you, lad, I damn near snorted ale out of my nose when I heard the news. You have come a long bloody way, you haven't, that's the truth. Well, one thing's for sure, you'll not want for decent grub. These banquets are catered by the bleeding Bismarck, no less. 'Tis a grand chance to fill your belly to bursting with fine and, more importantly, free food. But we can't have you turning up in your shite-caked venturing gear. No, the hero of the hour needs to have a touch of refinement about it. If only to stop folk complaining when he stuffs his face with cake. Take yourself over to the Octant and speak to Janassim of the Brugere Consortium. She'll furnish you with somewhat gentlemanly to wear. I've already had a word with her, so all you need to do is pick up the goods, then bring 'em back here, so as I can tell you what's what. Okay, where is the Octant? It's this way? I can become a dancer here somewhere. It's a pretty manly class. Good morning, sir. I assume you're underdressed? You're the underdressed gentleman Baderon mentioned. Sniff. I see he's not exaggerating. Uh-huh. I've chosen these especially for your debut in polite society. Fear not, I am certain you will absolutely adore them. Boink, 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 boink. Been to see Janashim. Janashim? Been to see Janashim, have you? Let's have that box then. Here we go. A nice pair of dress shoes for it. A bloke mightn't have much else to his name, but so long as he's got a decent pair of shoes on his feet, there ain't nowhere he can't go. Think of them as a gift from me and all the other folk you've done right by along the way. Aye, it's a very moving gesture, I know. Just don't go welling up on me, eh? Wouldn't do for Limsa's new hero to turn up at the banquet soaked in his own tears and snot. Any road, that's your garb sorted. Now you just need to settle your nerves. Tell me when you're ready and I'll tell you where you're meant to go. You ready then, are you? Good. The banquet will be starting soon. If you had waited any longer, I'd have considered it my civic duty to hit you over the head and drag you there. Now, make sure you're wearing them fancy shoes when you turn up, alright? Carrying them won't do no good. They're meant to make you look like a gentleman. Remember, not a gentleman's bleeding lackey. As for directions, the feast's being held on the bridge and the Admiral's briefing room. Speak with Xanthael in Bulwark's Hall, and he'll show you the way. Just keep that head held high, lad. After everything you've done for Limsa, you have good reason to be proud, and don't let no high-born bugger tell you different. Do I have those shoes? I don't know if you need to have them equipped. Let's just try without having them equipped. Put on the dress shoes and speak with Xanthael. It looks like you need to. It's down here. Right there. Looks like we have dress shoes somewhere. I don't see them. Dress shoes. Fancy dress shoes. An adventurer wearing fancy dress shoes. God damn it, Paladin, why could you not have told me this mysterious guest's name, or their hair color, or even their bloody gender? I'd have settled for a distinctive facial scar. I know nothing about shoes, much less fancy. What? You say you're the adventurer I'm looking for? Then where are these fancy dress shoes that Paladin described to me in such excruciatingly unhelpful detail? Surely you didn't... Ah, he mentioned that if you were so careless as to misplace them, I was supposed to tell you to get your hours back to Jessamine and beg for another pair. I never imagined I'd actually have to say it, though. Do we have any shoes here? Well, we probably have to go drag our ass back and get another pair. Thank you. Dress shoes. Of course, we'll just keep our armor on. Maybe we have something nice we can put on. No, I don't believe so. Yes, this is important. Cast Glamour. Turn it into the green hempen tabard. There, and the gloves we just unequip. There, looking very gentlemanly and normal. With my dress shoes. Oh, now those are some fancy dress shoes. Come, adventurer, I will show you to the briefing room. Oh, my ass. Oh.
brothers and sisters of the sea. Join me now in honoring this man for his services to our great nation. May the navigator guide and protect him on his journey, till sea swallows all. These pirates you encountered with the tattooed faces, they call themselves the Serpent Reavers. Their ranks are formed of cutthroats and madmen who have pledged themselves body and soul to the primal Leviathan. From what we have gathered, they sought to swell their numbers by spiriting away any soul unfortunate enough to cross their path. I need not tell you the depth of the animosity between us and the Sahagin. How any seaman worth his salt could devote himself to the fishback's god is a question for a more temperate mind than mine. But, thanks to you, our citizens may once more go about their daily lives, safe in the knowledge that they will not be dragged into the darkness by those execrable curs.
Such an extraordinary glow. This is one of the crystals of light.
By the navigator.
That's insane.
After our encounter with the Gubu, you had a vision, did you not? Of a towering crystal. You bathed in her light.
Yashtola's conclusion is clear, and I see no reason to doubt it. You are the vessel of a higher power. This being from your vision was the Mother Crystal. Your description matches what little we know of her. And if she has chosen you, then your deeds may yet shape the fate of nations, as once did the deeds of the Warriors of Light. Know you the tale? Like you, they were not of these lands, yet they fought to protect us all against the corruption of the Primals. When the Garlean Empire began its conquest of the realm, these heroes joined the Grand Companies and helped reforge the Eorzean Alliance. And at the Battle of Carteneau, they took the field beneath our banners to fight for everything we hold dear. It was on that day, in the midst of that hell, that we lost them. Every soul who survived that battle will never forget how it was to fight beside them. We are proud to call them our comrades. Yet whenever we try to shout their names, the sound dies in our throats. And whenever we strain to see their faces with our mind's eye, naught but their shadows appear to us, set against a
Look at his
blinding
face.
light. Ask any true Eorzean who knew them, and the story will be the same. It is for this reason that we call them the Warriors of Light.
Do not trust that face.
When I look upon you, I cannot help but be reminded of them. Keep that crystal safe. In time, I believe the Mother Crystal will make clear her reasons for bestowing it upon you. Heed well her words, adventurer, for it is Hydaelyn herself who speaks.
Hardtech, I absolutely hate the Echo. It is such dog shit. It's such a shoehorned way to present information to the player. But then again, I don't like flashbacks. There's nothing wrong with people not knowing
Flames to
things.
the fore! Victory belongs to the bold. Show those Imperial whore sons what we're made of!
The left flank buckles. Divert the barracudas. Bid them hold that position, though it costs them their lives.
The yellow serpents are in need of succor. Pray, send the white wolves to their aid. The adventurers risk life and limb for our cause. We must not fail them.
Is aught amiss?
No, it is nothing.
Bloody hells! The barrier won't go down so easily! Eyes forward!
We are being watched.
Raging Bull, calling Bloodthorn. Bloodthorn, respond! Respond, damn you! Ah!
Just wait until they all die.
Respond.
Ryder, this is Raging Bull. What news?
We're surrounded by a blaze. There is no way out. Gods preserve, what is that thing?
What's going on? Speak to me!
Gods damn it! We cannot hold much longer.
Mad Snake! Mad Snake! Answer me!
I don't think that there are that many. It's not
Damn
super
it!
noticeable in my opinion.
Damn it all to the seventh hell!
What of the barracudas? Can they not be reached?
Sorry, Admiral. Shell's not working.
What of our own?
The only thing that comes to mind is the
cannot
greatest
say, my
story
lord.
never told.
That monstrosity appears to be disrupting our
Which
communications.
is a quest.
We must keep trying. Call till they respond.
And also
Yes,
a
my
Hitler
lady.
documentary on YouTube.
Admiral, General, we can do no more. We must give the order to withdraw.
I will not forsake Louis Soir!
General, please. Victory may belong to the bold, but there will be no victor this day. You know this to be true. Let us not sacrifice lives in vain. The adventurers fight bravely, but to no avail. Let them withdraw, and let us be the ones to stand with Louis Soir.
The
Delay
Void
previous orders. All Maelstrom units are commanded to fall back, effective immediately.
the voice acting
Foreign levy priority. Let the main host cover their retreat and bring up the rear.
The voice acting is pretty good in A Realm Reborn, but a lot of the characters who are kind of mediocre get new voice actors in the expansions, and they become a lot better. I don't know about her though.
Damn it!
If you're talking about the
Relay
blonde girl.
order. All flames are to withdraw. I don't care if our link cells are useless.
But yeah, she is a
Still
bit
have
stiff.
a working pair of legs, don't you? Well, use them, you bloody half-wit.
The outcome of this battle was long since decided.
No, she doesn't. That's entirely your imagination.
Better to retreat now than risk a massacre. This dark, stifling presence. Who or what? We go to take our place beside Archon Louisoix. To your positions.
It's not deep enough for my tastes. That I should live to behold Bahamut once more.
Logalo, Asawad Daken, Bet Mubut.
Magnificent. The eons of imprisonment have only made him hungrier.
Imarat Way, Kiskat Toga Hats Wadadorns.
I am aware of them. Pay them no mind. They are powerless to act.
Sis Nigem, Fizdun the only Lamrai Sadai Dorn.
It has begun. Soon the planet will regain its true form. Play Shadowbringers to find out more. Morning, sunshine. All a bit much for you, was it? The shadow What happened? Ah, you don't remember then. You keeled over in the middle of the banquet, and caused a right stir. I had to carry you back to the wench myself. Well, I say care, it was more a matter of dragging and rolling. Too much kick, I reckon. Any road, don't fret. This little wonder, yeah, was exhausted after everything you've been through lately. Your little nap seems to have put some color back in your cheeks. Though, so I'll leave you to it. Bogger, I almost forgot. The Admiral wants to have a word with you. When you feel up to it, talk to Xanthiel, and he'll let you into the command room. Oh, and stay awake, eh? I'm told old Merylwib was in the middle of telling you a story when you started snoring last time, and I doubt she'd look kindly on you if you repeated the trick. I was hoping we'd get to do Sestasha, so I could press like 2 buttons over and over again in the dungeon. It should be like any second now. But the dungeon also takes like 20-30 minutes, which is almost already too late to do. But we can talk to Merylwib and we can see what she has to say, and then we can just do it anyway because it's already unlocked. Greetings, Cashew. Admiral Bluefishwind awaits you in the command room. Shall I announce you? Yes. Ah, Cashew, it is good to see you on your feet again. You are recovered? Then let us waste no time. I have a task that needs doing, one I would entrust to no other. The duty I have in mind for you requires some explanation. I do hope you have not made other plans. To business then. No, you have to do the whole Envoy questline. I have penned a letter to each of my counterparts in the Eorzean Alliance. The Battle of Cartanu and the calamity that followed claimed countless lives. It has been 5 years since those of us who were spared dragged ourselves from the ashes to look upon an Eorzea we scarcely knew. 5 years, and yet the people still suffer. Their lives are fraught with worry and hardship, but the warriors of light who might once have given them hope are gone. Yet we must press on regardless. We will never truly do so, however, till we have faced our past. To that end, I am proposing that a memorial service be held in each of the city-states on the 5th anniversary of the Battle of Cartanu. These letters contain the details of said proposal, and I would have you deliver them to our allies as my personal envoy. You have proven yourself a staunch and able ally to Limsa, but that is not the only reason for choosing you. No, I choose you because you possess a quality which puts me in mind of history's champions, a quality I feared lost. Say that you will perform this duty. I knew you would not disappoint me. This task shall take you far from the borders of our nation, to the city-states of Gridania and Ul'dah. A grueling journey to be sure, were you to travel by sea and land, but I mean to have you take to the skies. An empty hand! An airship pass to be used at your discretion. Airships bound to the nations of our allies leave from the landing connection to the bridge. But before you depart, I suggest you trouble Badron for a few pearls of wisdom regarding each of your destinations. The old bastard is nothing if not well traveled. 'Tis a pity I cannot issue such passes with a freer hand as I did in more peaceful times, when berths were not so limited. But in these times of war, and every craft we commit to the clouds risks drawing the eye of the Empire, and every voyage must needs be born of necessity. Lest you doubt, I consider your place well deserved. Nor am I alone on that opinion. There were other parties who would see you granted the privilege of air travel. Aye, Cashew, your deeds do not go unnoticed. Full many see great promise in you, but I have flattered you enough. On behalf of Limsa Lominsa and her people, I bid you go forth, adventurer. Discover the realm for which so many have fought and died. Wonder and danger await you in equal measure, but turn not from either. Only by braving the unknown will you achieve the greatness of which you are surely capable. The light of the crystal guides you, and I wager that your destiny will be no small thing. True! So now we turn off New Game Plus. Change recommended gear. Can't apply glamour plates here. They have like super strange rules for everything. Like, no, you can't do that in here, you can't do that in there. Duty Finder. Leveling roulette. Let's do a dungeon. Yes, you create like a preset for glamours. And then you can also link a glamour plate to a class, for example. So when you switch over, that's like what you're using. Well, it gets applied to the gears, so you just switch to. Well, no, I think you can do that somehow, but whatever. It is nice. I just wish the armory chests, or the thing where you set them up and you put the gear that you want to use it with into the glamour chest in your inn, that whole system is super duper clunky. I wish it was just like it is in WoW. That is the one thing that WoW is still unparalleled at, and that is the armory for the transmog system. You just pick up an item, and then it's unlocked, and then you can just go to the transmogger and then you put it on. That's it. Here you have to like put the items into the chest. You can only have X amount of bullshit. Blah 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 blah. It does have the transmog stuff, but it's not as straightforward as just, oh, you unlock thing, go and equip thing. You need to have the item either on you or in the glamour chest. If it's in the glamour chest, you have to turn it into those glamour plates. You can only equip things in the glamour chest as glamour plates. Otherwise, you have to just go to the item, press cast glamour, pick the item, and then it uses a glamour prism as payment. But those are relatively cheap. But you also have to unlock it. You have to unlock everything in this game. You have to unlock dying. Not collapsing and losing your life, but coloring your gear. Glamours are unlocked at level 50 in Mordona, I think. Dyes are unlocked in Vesper Bay, where you go to the Waking Sands. Spend all this time trying to find a green dye, then it turns out it's like puke green. It's horrible. Yeah, I know the feeling. It was farming dyes in Guild Wars as well. I'm just waiting for the dungeon queue. Pum! 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 Laser beams. Pum! Hello there, Ifrit. Don't think you have anything fun you can use here. We'd have to go... Estate Hall. Look, it's the bald man. I can kill him. Destroy it! Ram! What is that? Fume! What is that? Fume. Who's that? I don't have things turned on. Lolly ho. We need to run away. Oh, you fucker! Exit combat! Okay, we lost the queue. Because the striking dummy has a daughter on it or something, and it won't let go. It's time to stop. It's time to fucking stop. Jesus Christ. Because you can't change class when you're in combat. No, we're not in combat anymore. Let's see if we're in luck. It's only 10 minutes left. I don't think we can do a dungeon. It takes too long. We will instead have to stop there for today. We're level 16. And we made it through the start of the game. What we just did was the introduction for the area, and then they send you around to the other areas and you unlock the world. So we basically did the intro. And then everyone gets put on the same track. But I guess that's it for today. I see your dude. You have a guy. Did you move everything down? What are we gonna see here? HUD layout. Status info, UI element setting, element size. Nothing's happening. status info, enhancement, enfeeblements, others. There. Now they're big as shit. You can do that. You make them like 20% larger, maybe. 200% felt like an unnecessary amount. But until next time, thanks for hanging. Have a good night. Bye bye.